too slow. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. Gray skies always feel so cold. Whoa. Blue eyes, they look at me so bold. And I'm scared. I'm scared of getting old. Whoa. That's why I hate to see you go. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you. I don't know why you stay. I don't know why you stay.
when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that. Can't get sexy on them, tell them throw the whole stack. Go on, girls, keep moving that, moving that. They love it when you doing that, doing that. They on it when you moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that. When you moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that, moving that.
It's a vibe, man. When you burn that rubber and you turn your music up, it's the best ever. You can't even hear your car, you just hear all music.
Get hyper. Too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon. Yeah. Not now. Yeah. Not now. Too soon. Why try and get in mine? Why try and get in mine? Why try and get in mine? Not now. Why try and get in mine? Why try and get in mine? Why try and get in mine? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my car? Why try and get in my room? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my hotel? Why try and get in my boat? Why try and get in my life? Not now. Why try and get in my life? 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 Not now. Too soon. Yeah. Yeah. Too soon.
welcome to the final day of Masters Berlin. We started with 15 teams and we're now down to just 2, Gambit and Envy. A new champion will be born today as one best of 5 will determine whether NA will reign supreme or prove that EMEA has what it takes to bring home a trophy. We have a full desk today. I'm Yingsu and I'm next to Kakuka, Bala and Sean. And yes, we deliberately sat in this way so it's EU versus NA.
You just feel so far from me.
Girls versus boys and EU versus NA.
Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it.
The skill level of the region seems pretty far from us too, Ball.
Wow, Sean. Wow.
Okay,
this is the tone we're setting for today. Now, speaking of NA versus EMEA, of course, we've got Envy and Gambit. Kakuka, did you expect these 2 teams to be the ones in the final? Because I seem to remember you predicted Sentinels.
I predicted Sentinels, but I'm really happy that Envy made it. I think that they've made their way, with a lot of efforts. And I'm also really happy that Gambit is here because we saw it in EMEA and they deserve it.
I think we definitely expected Sentinels to have the similar level, especially as playoffs came through, but it definitely wasn't there. And then 100 Thieves and Envy stepped up entirely throughout the playoff stage here in Berlin.
Yeah, I would be lying if I said I expected Envy to make it this far. I thought they would be a dark horse in the tournament, maybe get a couple upsets. But beating Sentinels in the quarterfinals and what they did yesterday to 100 Thieves in that opening matchup, what Ye did to them on Haven, oh my God, I think they put the world on notice. This might be the best team in North America, maybe the best team in the world right now.
Ooh, we'll talk about that in a second because I do want to focus on Gambit first. I don't think many people are surprised they were able to make it this far. It wasn't the easiest journey to get here, but Sean, talk me through how they've improved throughout this tournament.
Yeah, Gambit is one of those teams we keep bringing up the narrative. These guys have crumbled under the pressure, and we saw that early on in this tournament. And so we saw them fall to 100 Thieves when they had an 11-3 lead on the second map of a series. They still managed to lose this series, lose the second map 13-11, lose the third map, but we saw them bounce back once the playoffs started. The series against Vision Strikers was something magical, right? They proved to me that they could beat a super tactical team, and then the next series, the following day against G2, they looked even better.
I think that's the amazing thing about Gambit is they've literally gone up against the entire gamut of teams and styles that you can have, and I think Envy is going to be another style for them to deal with. I think probably the final style that is probably the most difficult to deal with entirely.
Yeah, and what we saw yesterday against G2, the fact that G2 hadn't lost a single icebox and they left here with a 13-0 from Gambit, that was impressive. The fact that they didn't even pick by, why?
I feel like they were sending a message out there. They were like, we know Sentinels and Envy are watching us. We're going to make you a little bit scared before tomorrow. Of course, the first and only 13-0 we've ever seen. Yes. So I feel like that was a historical moment we witnessed.
What kind of message is that? Just to beat the other EU team?
Okay. We'll see. I mean, we're starting the trash talk early today, but the game hasn't even started yet. But let's talk about Envy. Sean, you said that this could be or is the best North American team NA has to offer. Would you agree, Kakuka and Bala?
Right now, probably. I mean, they've proved themselves, so they deserve to be here. They haven't dropped a single map so far, so maybe, could you guys imagine a 3-0 today?
No.
It happened at Iceland. I'm getting flashbacks of that, Sentinels. But Bala?
No, I don't think I agree. I think they still have more to prove, right? Just because they have this performance here in Berlin doesn't necessarily mean that's going to continue, right? Envy is historically a team that gets only the 4th place curse. That's how it's been, even domestically. And to come internationally, come to do it one time, yeah, I'm definitely on board. I'm about to be on board with Sean the entire time, but I still think that this match right here is where they prove it.
I think they've proven in this meta, they are the best team in North America, right? Maybe not in the past where they came up short time and time again, like Bala was saying, but in this meta where the Jet is super important, where the aggressive Sky in Victor is of massive importance, right? They have all the right pieces right now at this time to be the best team in the world, and that's what they've shown all tournament long.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of stakes here as well for today. It's not just the trophy. It's not just the bragging rights, who's better, NA or EMEA. But if Gambit wins today, of course, with their win yesterday, they locked a send-in for champions. But if Gambit wins today, Fnatic, the runner-ups at Masters Iceland, they're also locked in. And on the other side, if Envy wins, Bala, 100 Thieves, they qualify as well.
Yeah, I really like this because it's basically all the former rivals now have to cheer for for the team that beat them or whatever it might be down the line, right? 100 Thieves for Envy, they just took them out. 100 Thieves are now at home at the hotel watching and hoping. And then also there's TSM, who used to be their rivals too, who's waiting for LCQ.
Yep.
And on the other side, Gambit lost to Fnatic on their way to Reykjavik, right? So yes, it's very interesting to see this, and I honestly really like it. Now we get these regional teams all rooting for their fandom, basically. They're friends now in the regions.
I've actually never been in North America where we root for fellow North Americans.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, normally there's like at each other's throats and rooting for each other to lose. This is one of the rare instances where you root for your own region and everyone is rooting for their own region right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's NA versus EU. We were saying it, but especially from home, not only us. So it's lovely to have this desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be obvious who you guys are rooting for, but also Kakuka, in the last chance qualifiers, you know, if Gambit don't win Fnatic, they have to play last chance qualifiers. NA, I know it's really, really stacked as well, but EMEA last chance qualifiers is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
We have a lot of teams, a lot of stakes of who's going up, who's going down, and I think it's going to be impressive. It's going to be a ton of work, especially you were mentioning, Sean, this meta favors some teams, and some other teams that were super strong after Masters 2, now they're not so anymore.
Well, speaking of Fnatic, we've got a sneak peek of a new series coming up to the VALORANT Esports YouTube channel called VCT Stories, and this series will shed some light on some of the most beloved players in the scene, and episode 1 starts with the man we've been talking about just now. It's Boaster from Fnatic. Check this out.
I headed up to my room to kind of get changed into more casual wear, and then I received a DM from a player from Crazy Raccoon. His name was Rion. It was on the lines of, "You're so handsome." And I was like, oh damn, I'm handsome? I'm just some skinny guy who likes to play Valorant.
It's so funny.
Stop acting like you can't decide. Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify. I won't give up when you're walking out, so don't give up when I'm calling out. 'Cause this time we'll make it through. Misconnections with you. Around it goes, just trying to lighten the mood. But around it goes. Turn up the music and the flashing lights. Are you out there in the dark at night? Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin. It's time to take a deeper look at our two grand finalists, Gambit and Envy. Let's start with Gambit. Now, Sean, you've dubbed them as a scrimbit. So talk me through why that is.
Yeah, because when you talk to any of the pros, or even if you look at some of the content like players like Zelsis has recorded after coming to EU, they've played this Gambit team in practice, and all of them sing praises about this lineup in practice. They think they're the best team in the world in practice, but we haven't seen that translate into big tournaments.
So that's like kind of what it is, right? I think honestly, some of the teams that came over towards Reykjavik and played against Gambit, like Sentinels, for example, learned stuff that won them the tournament or had the good performances over them from scrims. And now we're finally seeing them break that shell a little bit from their performances in actual matches where it's like, hold on, like who is this team? It's not really what we're listening to or hearing from the players.
Yeah, and if we look at the roster, the 5 players have had great moments here, but we obviously need to, highlight Nats. He's probably going to be the player of the tournament if they win today.
I think so. I mean, even if he doesn't win today, I feel like there's an argument to be made, right?
No, come on. If they don't win and Ye pops off and does something.
Oh, okay. I mean, he's in the running. He's in the running.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the crazy part for me is that Nats has kept up with Ye statistically. Not necessarily in like the jet roll type of stats, but in ACS and his KDA and all that stuff, Nats has been there and keeping up with Ye, which is mind-blowing because of the role he plays.
And the clutches. The thing that he did yesterday against G2, I mean, all of Twitter was just going crazy on Nats because it is not normal for a player to be like that.
Yeah, it's one thing to have your star duelist and a jet main put up these numbers, but it's a totally different piece if you have someone like Nats on the Viper Cypher putting up numbers to be the second most impactful player in the whole tournament. That is incredible and something we have yet to see in this game.
Yeah, well, speaking of some of the other players, because it's easy to look at this team and go, oh, Nats, he has the numbers, he's popping off, even with players like Defo and Shados as well. But I want to talk about Chronicle. I don't think we've shown him enough love in this tournament, Kakuka. Tell me why he's so impactful.
He is so impactful because he's going to be obviously playing on the solo. He's not going to be the IGL of the team. That's something that we see in many teams, but he is flexible and he always pulls out. It doesn't mean if he's on the Sova, if it's on the Viper, he's always going to be there for you, and he is one, with the supportive role that is going to have your back.
I think the assist stat right there is something that you have to pay attention to for him, right? He is a support player through and through, and he plays that role really, really well. And it's a contrast to the other side where their Sova is, very, very aggressive and making big plays. Chronicle has been one of my most impressive throughout the entire event just because he's consistently there for his teammates.
Absolutely, and yeah, he's put up those assist numbers. I know Kakuka loves this time and time again. I think he's the 3rd highest in assists right now at the event, which shows how much impact he's having on this Sova Viper, right? When people run through this Toxin wall, he's going to get the assist. When people run through the mollies, he's going to get an assist. When they get pinged by the recon or drone, he's getting the assist. So when those roles get high assists, you're making things very easy for your teammates.
I think it's something crazy and crazy good that we're seeing in this tournament, how impactful it is for teams to have set roles and players that fit exactly well into those.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about this, we spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but Bala, when you look at this Gambit team, there are no weaknesses. There's no one player that you feel like, oh, they're not really pulling their weight. Everyone seems to just be on top of their game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why they've kind of had these performances where they're just stomping on teams, right? Because every single player is contributing in a way that not only applies to their role, but also just like is above and beyond just the kill factor, right? So that's, I think, the literal reason why they have these 13-0 performances or the 13-1s, 13-2s, which they have had over and over and over throughout Berlin.
That and the fact that they have such a deep map pool, right? Like this Gambit team can have any of their players play such a wide variety of agents. Like even Nats, he can play a Viper or a Cypher. We talked about Chronicle playing Viper and Sova. They're all like that, where they can play different agents across all of the maps. So there's not many weaknesses on this team.
But I'd say the most impressive is the fact that we've seen them play against many various and different teams, and they've been able to adapt and learn from them. Yesterday, for example, I mentioned earlier, they didn't pick the bind because they knew that G2 would have studied that bind, especially because we know that Gambit is so strong on it. So they decided to not go for it and go for a breeze.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, speaking of that G2 win, the Gambit in-game leader, Redgar, broke down that 13-0 and spoke about Gambit's improvement throughout this tournament.
I guess Breeze was really tough at the start, but after a few rounds, it was okay, let's go, we can do it. G2 played really good on Breeze. They tried to make a lot of unpredictable move for us, and it was, whoa, we're really gonna do this one. G2 played really good on Breeze. They tried to make a lot of unpredictable move for us, and it was, whoa, we're really gonna do this one. Of course, Nas is good, but in my opinion, we all did a great job because, yes, he's like, right now he's the star of our team, but just for sure everyone is doing their job. That's the point why we're winning. I want to show all the world that we can improve. We are not like we're not like we were before. We're improving every day, every hour, every second, and we will prove it to all the world. I hope that we'll show our best performance and have a fun. That's all.
Redgar said that they're not the same team as they were before. Of course, we saw them, Bala, you mentioned earlier, they nearly made it to Iceland. They were one series away. In fact, they were one map away from doing it as well. But Kukuka, the way that he spoke about not being the same team also comes down to the mental and the experience, because they're not throwing away games anymore. They're not throwing away rounds anymore. They're not even letting their opponents get any rounds, actually.
They do a lot of homework and they prove it. I mean, it's something that they've earned. They've changed a lot. And I feel it goes with the fact that he feels that it's literally a team of 5 and every single player has their moment to pop off.
I have a question for everybody.
Okay.
Because you heard Redgar talk about like surprises, right? How every team, G2 specifically on Breeze, surprised them a little bit. They talked about when Crazy Raccoons came back against them. It was surprising. Yes. Do we think that Envy is going to be surprising to them in the way that they play?
I think so. I mean, look at the clips that I broke down on the teleshow yesterday when they were going C. In that matchup, they were not stopping at the site. They were pushing into defender spawn as attackers. It was the most aggression I have ever seen a team have deep in a tournament where this actually mattered. It looked like they didn't care anymore. And I don't think Gambit has played a team quite like Envy yet.
Yeah, and Kukuka, you mentioned this earlier, you know, they haven't dropped a map yet. That means they haven't really even played from behind. They've always had the advantage. They're closing everything out 2-0. How scary is this Envy team?
I love, in comparison to G2, what they said that they wanted to lose kind of early so they could come up stronger. With Envy, as you mentioned, we haven't seen that just yet. And especially yesterday, we knew that Haven was going to go that way. We had surprises because obviously these two teams, 100 Thieves and Envy, know each other. But what we saw in Ascent, to me, was a huge surprise because it used to be the other way around, and they proved that they improved not only towards NA teams but also towards the rest of the world.
I think they're scary because they're peaking, right? I don't think we've seen this from Envy yet at all, right? Even Ye is peaking, which is such a scary thought. Crashies is peaking. There's so many players on this team that at the right time right now, they're hitting shots that are inconceivable. The stuff that Ye, you already talked about it, Sean, that he was doing to Asuna yesterday on Haven was mind-blowing because that is Asuna.
Yeah, just looking what this guy has done to all of the other top performers. He's played Heat, he's played Asuna, he's played Shazam and Tens, and look at these stats. I mean, I said it yesterday, he's #1 in the tournament, ACS, kill death ratio, average damage around, kills per round, first kills per round. I mean, there's literally nothing else he can do in the server. He's the only player with over 300 ACS. It's absurd when you watch him play. He is unstoppable right now.
I mean, you asked this question, Bala, about whether, you know, Envy is going to be that opponent that's going to be tough for Gambit. But at the same time, looking at all of the opponents Gambit have faced, do you feel like, Envy have faced even, do you feel like the same thing other way around? You know, how will Envy deal with Gambit?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think you already kind of have a team that they played already that's similar to Gambit in 100 Thieves, right? I'm not saying that they're exactly the same, but I feel like the styles are a little bit closer, right? That slower paced style where they're really trying to work the map and then hit the sites at a certain time, and then also the very varied team play that they have on defense and ideas to take certain parts of the maps. I feel like that is a similarity that Envy's already ready for, but you're right, like they haven't really played Gambit yet. Yeah. And that's a completely different beast.
It's a totally different beast playing against this Gambit team. We saw Vision Strikers try to be aggressive, albeit it's very different than Envy. They use a lot of synergized abilities to get their aggressions off. Envy just wants to take the fights, and they're winning them all tournament long. So the fights will be there for Envy, but Gambit is going to have all these little traps ready for them.
It's a real NA team when you think about it, right? They're going to take the fights. That's what I'm saying. They're going to come at you.
No, I feel like also Envy did not have like the hardest group to go through. We were mentioning that Gambit had a toughest one, but when it came to Sentinels, to me, they proved a lot. So I feel like they have a great shot today, not gonna lie.
Whose side are you on?
I'm on Gambit.
Go over there. Production, can we Can we get it over
rolling.
there, please? Thank you very much. Now, you guys have heard from us now talking about Envy, but let's hear from their in-game leader, FNS.
It's a huge weight off our back, qualifying for Champions. It's my first grand final in forever on land, so definitely going to have fun with it. I think it's a BO5. It's going to be super fun. It's the first European team we're going to play, the first team on the eastern side of the world that we're going to be able to play finally. It's going to be fun. We've done everything in our power to get to here. It would suck to lose now, so it'd mean everything to win.
He raised a great point there, Sean. This is going to be the first European team they faces. Not only that, first team in the kind of eastern side, if you are from NA, the slightly more east side of their region. So that's might be the most favorable matchup for them. But also, you spoke to Boaster yesterday, and he said that he's been cracking against them as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll be a totally different change of pace in this game today. And they're the only team that came from a group without a European representative in it, right? They came from this second group that everyone dogged on coming to the tournament. And same thing goes for Gambit, right? Everyone assumed these were the weaker groups. Well, look where our grand finals came from, the weaker groups. So it just goes to show how balanced this tournament is. I don't think it matters that they haven't played an EMEA team yet.
No, I agree. I don't think it matters. I think they've already played a range of styles and proven that it really doesn't matter, right? And I think that's because of the confidence that they have. So, no, I don't think it matters whatsoever that they haven't played a team from the eastern region of the world. For us, even though eastern to me is New York and Philly.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, I'm going to full on disagree. You guys do not know what you're talking about. We're not talking about any team in EMEA. We're talking about Gambit. So they don't know what they're up against.
Okay, well, you can sit next to me again. Yeah, you've earned your spot now. You've earned your spot now. But I also want to quickly talk about FNS. He said that it's the first LAN final he's been in forever. So it kind of brings back this whole point of experience. We've seen what 100 Thieves could do with that experience, specifically against EMEA teams. Kukuka, are you worried about that at all? You know, looking at both sides, having a player like FNS on the ME side.
I'm not worried at all. I don't think it's something to be worried about.
I think once you get to the grand finals, it doesn't really matter at that point, right? You're already all the way up there. But when they get challenged, maybe it does. And we've already seen Gambit get challenged. So that's the nice part about this, right? Envy, if they can push them to the ropes, you don't necessarily have that resilience that they showed against Sentinels. That there's been many examples already from the NA side that there is that resilience when it comes to the experience. So maybe it's a nice thing.
I hate to do this to my boys, but I'm worried when Envy gets challenged in this grand final, because I've seen them get challenged in these online matches in NA, and they've crumbled later on in tournaments where they start dropping maps, right? That's when they start faltering. They lose their confidence. They lose their swagger. They're not peaking as much. When Gambit steals a map in this series, which is inevitable, how does Envy respond?
We'll see, because we are moments away from this grand final best of 5. We're going to take a break here. Do not go anywhere. Before the break, we looked at both Gambit and Envy, and you guys picked out a couple of their star players in Ye and Nats, but I want to talk about them a little bit more. I pit them up against each other a little bit as well. I know, Sean, Ye has some insane stats, but we can't ignore the context that Nats is the only non-Jet player pretty much in the top half of this tournament.
Yeah, when you look at how these guys are getting their frags in the game, it couldn't be more different, right? Nats is requiring his teammates to make a large presence on the opposite side of the map, or in some cases both extremities, while he lurks in the middle, and he's just always finding timings. We've spoken to him in interviews. He puts a lot of time into researching the teams and how they rotate, how they move around the map, and he's an expert at utilizing sound in those positions.
This is really interesting to me because it brings up the entire discussion of meta and, you know, really, really good jets necessary on a team and stuff like that. But when you look at Gambit, yes, they have Defo, but really the story is, do you want a God tier jet or do you want a Sentinel of God in Nats? And I really don't know what the answer is because the roles are completely different and they also provide different stuff as well. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Sentinel just because that's kind of fresh and new and not everybody has that sort of thing. But it could be both. I don't know.
I think it's lovely, but we have to respect the fact that Nats has to play for the team while Jay has a team playing for him in some situations, okay, not all the time, but I think that is very important when we look at this stats.
Well, thank you very much, guys. This is it. I'm sorry, Sean, because it's time to officially kick off the finals of Masters Berlin. It's Gambit versus Envy.
Masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis. Is eternal. Life is short.
I'm sure the game is going to be looking really strong.
What is happening?
After playing a set in practice, they're insane.
Dear Lord Gambit, let them breathe.
I wasn't ready for that.
13-0.
Fast force from the Panda. Now it's going to win the match.
Envy coming out hot. There's nowhere to look. There's nowhere to go.
They were one of the best teams in the world.
Crashies might be doing it for him, and he has.
I'm happy that we were able to close out the series 2-0.
El Diablo on full display.
Boy, is he making a name for himself.
2-0ing 100 Thieves and Sentinels definitely proves that we're right up there with the best.
We have only one idea in our minds, and we will prove it to all the world.
Don't underestimate us, because if you do, you will lose.
Okay, let's do it.
Gambit are just unstoppable. Let's go! Xenos, look at his face! Redgar shutting them down. Envy!
Absurd aggression. FNF.
The man does not slow down. A again! Spark and free!
Okay, blackout.
Well, the stage is set for this grand finals best of 5. One of these teams will be leaving the stage as champions, bringing home a trophy and earning the ultimate bragging rights for their region. Kukuka, it does not get better than this.
It never gets better than this. This is what we all wanted. Finally, the finals are here, and it's EU versus NA.
10 days of build-up, and this is what we're going to get. Woo! This is going to be an amazing series, and I can't wait for it to start.
It's been a marathon of an event, but here we are in the grand finals, EMEA versus NA. I have goosebumps, Yinsu. I cannot wait.
The script has been written, guys. It was always going to be like this, but you mentioned a marathon because we have potentially a marathon of a day today because it is a best of 5, not a best of 3. Now, earlier, these teams had a coin flip backstage as to who is going to be picking the ban for today. There's only going to be one ban, and Envy have won that coin flip. Now, this is massive, Kukuka, for them to be able to ban a map they're not comfortable playing.
Exactly, and if we look at what we've been seeing during the tournament, that map is probably going to be Breeze, because also we saw yesterday Gambit playing on it, and they were amazing, so what are the choices?
And that means that Gambit's going to have to play Haven.
Yeah, yes, we love to see that.
They're going to have to play Haven, and we've seen it one time, but it was kind of a mess in the seeding game, so we'll have to watch out to see if they're actually prepped for that.
We've actually seen Gambit play Haven a couple times, despite it being their permaban throughout this entire tournament and having Envy be incredible. And Gambit's 2-0 on the map. They're Scrim gods. They could do anything.
Listen. The problem on Haven, I said it yesterday, I said it also in EMEA finals, is that there is no counter strat to no strats.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. And I gotta say, you know, I don't expect Redguard to play Jet this time around, given the form Defo is on. No, I think Reyna, we could bring the Reyna back. But of course, it's a marathon. We have 5 maps today. Let's start with the ban. Like you guys know, Envy, they are Team A in this scenario. They get to take out a ban, which means Gambit, of course, it's going to be the Breeze. This is not, you know, a surprise whatsoever, Sean, but how big of an advantage do you think this is?
I think it's a massive advantage that Envy gets to ban Breeze away from Gambit while also simultaneously getting to pick Haven later on in this tournament. But this bind pick coming out of Gambit to start off this series, I've always said I think EMEA has the better bind, and they might kick off this series with a 1-0 lead.
Well, we did see Sentinels take bind against Fnatic in the last time. However, I do want to kind of
I'm
not going to respond real quick. I do think that we have to talk about the fact that Gambit gets picked 1 and 3, right? So right off the bat, they're trying to come out with some comfort for them, and bind is what it's going to be. So that's very good.
I mean, it's definitely a comfort pick. Both teams are probably going to play in the double controller, something that I love to see, but this first map has to go for Gambit. They've proven themselves over and over, and of course we get a Haven sake.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a surprise either. If Gambit are going to leave Haven open, and also, Bala, we talk about maybe picking your opponent's weakness, but this is not just Gambit's weakness. This is Envy's best map.
Yeah, it is, but it's also something that they historically were not really picking all the time, right? The first time they came out with it, it was against Sentinels when they were undefeated, and they stomped them in that. And ever since then, they've been kind of like the pocket pick that, hey, if we want a free map, we can go ahead to it. So it's not necessarily like, oh, this is their, I mean, it is. It's unbelievable. It's probably the best Haven in the world at this current moment, but it's not necessarily the same type of style that you see from Bind for Gambit.
Wow, well, this is interesting. Okay, so Gambit have decided to go lean towards the split again here. You a fan of this pick?
I am, actually, because I feel like yesterday, the same way that they didn't pick the Bind, because they feel like they were prepared, I feel like that's how they're feeling against Ascent today. So I like the split. I think it's kind of risky because Envy have proved themselves also in this map. So
I think it's just Gambit going into the weakness of Envy here on this split pick. You know, they could have gone Ascent, which is their best map, but going into Envy's weakness might be the play and leaving those maps for last.
Yeah, and map 4 will be Ascent. Having Icebox solo down is going to be interesting here as well. But Ascent next, we're getting to a point now that very, very little is going to separate both teams.
I love the fact that we're getting the maps in order. It's literally Bind, Haven, Split, Ascent, and then Icebox, the order that they were released. So thank you very much.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, the Holy Trinity.
Kukuka. But Ascent, yeah, that's going to be the 4th one. What do you guys think over there? Is this a good choice?
It's the only choice, really, I think.
Yeah.
I think Icebox is one that you probably just want to leave last, right?
But what happened yesterday?
I mean, yeah, you don't pick Icebox after what we saw yesterday. Gambit do against
right?
G2. Yeah, we want to float Icebox to map 5, not pick that anywhere in this series. I think Envy's, wiping their brows right now that this isn't earlier in the series.
Well, this is if we go to map 5, and now we've seen the 5 maps here. Of course, Breeze being off the table. Sean, do you think we're going to see 5 maps?
Oh, man. It really depends how this first map goes, Yensu. Gambit has to feel an immense amount of pressure because if they lose this opening map of Bind and have to go into Haven, they could find themselves down 0-2 real quick.
I'd go as far as saying that it has to be a really, really good Bind for Gambit for this to be like very, very difficult to go all the way to 5 maps, right? If they don't stomp on Bind, then I don't think we're getting 5 maps.
Yeah, I completely agree. And maybe, we've seen surprises on Haven. It wouldn't be the first time. They were against really good teams when they got this victory. So, don't just be so hard on themselves.
Yeah, we can't call them out. We can't count them out just yet. But let's talk about Bind a little bit more here. Kukuka, looking at Gambit, ever since they changed their team comp, they've never lost.
They've never lost. And the fact that in this tournament, they 13-1 Crazy Raccoons and 13-2 Vision Strikers with Lakia on the roster playing on this Bind says a lot about them.
I think it's the controllers when we look at Gambit's Bind, right? We look at Nats on the Viper, we look at Redgar, Lucky, and the Asher usually on the map. Those two players just have so much control on their attack half. It doesn't matter that they start on attack every time they pick it because they're still putting up monster numbers throughout the tournament.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and now again very comfortable on the side of Gambit, but also we've seen Envy beat Vivo Keed here already as well. Maybe not the best time to make too many agent changes. Maybe Haven is where we will see changes, but I think for a map like Bind, Bala, they're probably going to play it safe.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, they're going to play it safe. Oh, this is actually a slight change.
They literally just ignored everything I said.
Victor has been performing so good on the Sky.
Exactly.
I am not surprised at all.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all about this, but I was kind of hoping we'd see the Raze because that's kind of fallen out of meta, so it's something that you have to slightly adapt to that could throw Gambit off their game.
I think we might get mirror comps here, guys. I think
100%.
Both of these teams are going to have the same comps, which leads me to believe I've done this before in tournaments where you watch another team's VODs and you like a lot of the things they do and you're trying to counter-strat them, so you're like, why don't we just play that same exact style, just do it better?
I think that probably Gambit expected this because of the performances not only Victor but Marv have been having this past days, and they know that they like their comps and there's no other way to beat them.
Who's taking this, guys?
Ooh,
Gambit.
right off the bat. I think Envy is going to take this, and I'll tell you, the form that they've shown has been insane throughout the last couple of days, specifically in their last 2 matches. They are peaking, and Gambit, while they look fantastic and they've had dominant performances, it is a team peak rather than an individual level peak, and I actually value the individual level more than I value the team play, which is coming from me, that should say a lot about how strong they feel.
I think my heart really wants to actually lead towards Gambit here, but the map pool and having Haven in as the second map just puts so much pressure on these young players on Gambit to win this opening map. And there's just too many variables for me to say that, Envy will drop this series against a team like that. I have to side Envy.
I mean, I have to side with Gambit, but I have to say that the fact that Envy gets to bump Breeze gives him a huge advantage, so it's going to be a tough one.
It is going to be a tough one indeed, but the players are ready and your casters are ready too. Let's send this off to Pansy and Hypok for map 1.
We've made it. The best of 5 is now in front of us. EU's representatives, be it from CIS, we're claiming them. All right, we need it. They're ours. Get out. And Envy coming in after breaking down Sentinels. I think a lot of people are all aboard. And a note to remember here, great moments are born from great opportunity, and this is the perfect chance for these two sides.
Let's see here how we're going to get things kicked off. I think Gambit started off on the attacker side. A slow approach, default. Nothing actually too surprising from what we've seen previously here. Again, Nat's going to be in that position where he's going to try and work himself up short on A, but Chronicle posted outside. Actually, it's a 4-man lean for Envy. Over towards B. It's only going to be FNS here to hold down the fort.
Obviously, yes, he's got the utility to depend upon, but there's a time limit on when you feel comfortable with this. So once that starts to tick over, I'll be curious to see what the look is on the other side. And if they're going to get proactive with this or if it's simply a read. But while this has happened, shower control has been gained. Defo's taken that space. They've already kind of started to clear through that, but they're falling back away. So a very cautious start. You can see, not necessarily hesitation, but everything has to be accounted for here.
Nothing given up on either side, actually. Envy just sitting tight.
It's giving me butterflies watching these two, because it's on a knife's edge here.
I was giving me butterflies. Gambit are floating towards B right now as well. You see, actually going to leave Chronicle in position, maybe to, again, just try and bait something out with his owl drone, but Envy still in position here, crashes. Oh, he just gives up the angle.
The timing on this could be insane. Okay, Marv's got contact, the flash comes in, they want to burst off this, but Marv's still good for one. He still stands! That's 2 quick kills, but then Crashy comes over to try and help out, but Marv needs no help. He holds that down all by himself and even peeks down in it. He's feeling this game from round 1.
A 4-piece on the pistol round. Again, Gambit desperately trying to run the clock down. I guess anticipating Envy, we're going to get a little antsy, maybe go looking for answers, but nothing given away at all. And as Crashy backed up, this first one completely blind, by the way, onto Defo. So well done here. Again, the spacing just slightly off, and Chronicle already noted it. Over with that owl drone on short, just trying to bait a little presence. Keep Envy guessing. That's a way to start it off.
That is a hell of a way, and that just shakes off any of that maybe anticipation of, oh, hopefully we do all right, hopefully we have a good performance. That's got you buzzing straight off the start. Now, by coming out, 4 Spectres, 1 Bulldog, nothing too wild. On the other side, it's relatively clean too. A couple of upgrades, but not much armor, no armor to supplement, so it is going to be potentially clean. I get a little nervous with that.
Yeah, Redguard just slips away as Ye goes wandering. That's a spike, so it would have been a big kill. Yeah, he's still wandering, though.
The timing could be excellent on this. Ye could completely dismantle this round. Yes, they've got presence in Jara and maybe able to do a bit more damage, but this is going to be it. That spike now lost. That is going to be confirmation. They're going to be very happy with that. You could see Gambit wanted to try and work together on that timing. Just wasn't going to happen.
So now in a position they have to try and recover this spike again. Sheriff's to work with. And Shadow's got that upgrade, but yeah, you're going to swing on this.
Oh, they're feeling it.
Another 4-piece on the round. Farm a few, get him up early, but some progress here towards the Blade Storm, at least on the side of Ye. He will join Marv actually at the top of the leaderboard on that side.
It's scary to see Ye and Marv having a good start.
This is the thing, right? And again, watching how Envy have played, I think the biggest kind of sway factor here for Gambit is being able to slow things down. But if Envy can demonstrate actually that they're able to play at that pace, because it's been fast and furious from Envy throughout. So again, first 2 rounds, very interesting to see Ye walking somewhere for starters. It's not something we often see, but this is the round here again, whether or not they're going to try anything to make the most of these weapons. With Gambit, we'll kind of force the issue now and press back towards Envy. Again, similar default, spike not committed, just outside market right now, and Nat's in position to control any push, but nothing coming just yet. Envy happy to sit back.
Yeah, and I want to get your thoughts on the map, Vito, and everything else. Once this round's concluded, we can kind of talk bigger picture here, because best of 5s do change things. It is that marathon now. It turns away from the sprint. You've got a couple more maps to play with, a little bit more room. The Veto, the order, it's all paramount, and that's something I want to get your thoughts on, as well as the desk, who definitely laid out some of their, I guess, worries and concerns for either side as well. But for now, we look at Redgar, beginning the process of maybe trying to clear towards Shower, but there are 2 players on the other side, and Victor's going to take this opportunity to try and slip up close. A pop flash potentially could provide great opportunity, but no, actually falls away from that. Will play safe, but confirmation had at least off the back of the flash, and it sets up someone like Ye. And once again, if Ye's going to do this, if he's going to be a constant thorn in the side, Gambit are going to have problems with this. There's no fear being shown. A good flash though. FNS had no chance in that moment, caught almost on transition. As now a 4v4 starts to build. Victor's on the back, tucked in towards that cubby side, but Spike's being planted and they haven't quite cleared this yet. Has he got a chance for the timing? Yes, he does. It is traded, but now keep in mind that quick flank coming in.
And there's actually 2 members now. Again, Marvel will be called upon. They line up for him. Nats and Shadows will fall. It's Chronicle left. 2 shock darts. 15 seconds left on that recon, but looks like Envy might just try and smoke and go for it here. Marv, not even considering the possibility. And yeah, actually, low HP. He's got the shock dart here, Lauren.
Oh, this could be it. Gonna have to respect it. 6 HP, he's still alive. I don't know how he's still standing. And Chronicle is playing that time limit as best he can. Yay, what are you going to do with this one? Chronicle ain't going to mess this up. Surely not. Keep those nerves of steel in place. The spam's going to do it. Yay gets caught, but let's talk about context to this. That was a bonus for Envy.
Yeah.
That was not a full purchase. Marv finding those frags then was the gateway right back in. Ye's pressure coming through as well. This man's on a mission.
Yeah, he's able to thread his way right into the backlines once again. Find actually the location of the spike within this default, which again is something that we want to see Gambit address this now. It's not committed in the early round, but again, we know Gambit like to go for those 30-second hit. They like to run the clock down. This is a major concern. If Ye's consistently going to be able to find that space and find the spike as well, it's the second layer to that concern.
I want a Red Bull clutch to start this off with. There's so many individuals now having very, very big starts. Quick flash, didn't get much for it, but Ye does get the blades out, so he's going to be happy with that. After the belting start he's had, it's not too much of a surprise to see it coming in this round. Now on the other side, the purchase. Yes, they converted the round, but it obviously was at a great deal of a cost. We have now a Spectre, a Guardian, some kind of fallbacks as, wait, how's FNS found that? Was that just straight through the wall, maybe just spamming away, maybe just reading a little of the positions? But Seekers popped out as well, so this could maybe spur on that piece towards B, or maybe just take that deeper territory so they could then lean towards and execute if they fancy it. But Ye's still here, and they have no idea that he's lingering around at this point. Someone else dealing with the Seekers, but Shados with a belter. That's again another step towards potentially leaning towards a site now. They've actually got it down to a 4v4.
Actually, we'll be able to push on through with the snake bite as well, so we'll get site control. Nothing actually an elbow to deal with, and it looks like actually 3 members of Gambit are going to pick up
4 in CT for Envy.
Not pushing this, they're actually onto site already here.
FNS is so early. He went ahead of the divide and he just gets the perfect timing on it as well. Finding Chronicle as he tried to fade away back towards Octagon. Now Shados, he does have a flash on this one. There it goes, straight through, gets the pop. Where's the quick push? There it is. Marvin crashes. They are making this look way too simple right now. I'm getting a bit nervous here. Now, let's then take this into the conversation of what happens in the map pool if Envy come out and they're firing up like this. They're looking individually really solid. FNS on this timing was great. Chronicle had no idea. What's the knock-on effect here? Because best of fives, they're a little different.
I mean, Baller made a really, really good point for me. If you're leaning towards Gambit in this series, it needs to start strong with Bind. I mean, Gambit's performance is synonymous with being feast or famine, right? It's one way or the other. We've seen both sides of that coin at this event, but it's the bigger positive, right, to see them starting on attack and have some comfort, right? Find that kind of groove. And right now, Envy aren't allowing that to happen. And it's not by countering with aggression. It's actually being willing to sit back and wait for Gambit to make their move.
But I think you throw in that dash of, well, is Ye now going to push behind us once again? You never know what you're going to get. Now, at this point, Victor did catch Depo, trying to maybe close that gap a little early. Seekers do come through, so confirmation of where this intended hit's coming into. Nats on the overwhelm, a name that we haven't been saying too much yet, but always a critical piece to the Gambit puzzle. A 3v2, HP's low for the mob, so that could have been an issue, but no, the pre-fire on that corner, more than enough to secure it. As Chronicle does have the rifle, but down to 45 HP. It's a little low, and you can see it already now noted by Ye! You ain't getting anything, man. Ye is on it today.
He's looked so sharp individually last few series. Again, Gambit made with that one switch of pace and just try and get a feel for maybe what the setup is for Envy on A site. But again, we've already seen Envy adjust to a number of different kind of scenarios here. And again, just thinking back to if they're willing to give up B and play retake the way they did. Again, it's on the back of Marv's early progression towards the Cosmic Divide. So something that you can't necessarily rely on. But with factors like that, if they can lean away and potentially leave something for Gambit to walk into.
Oh, Is this looking a little aggressive? Marv's put himself up towards the corner on this one. So again, we've seen that aggression down towards that B side, but it is going to be Nats now. I thought it was isolated, but comes down towards Victor like a guillotine, just head now removed. But Marv's been pushed up here a little deeper. It looks like Nats is on red alert. He's like, that seemed really weird. Where's the second? There's the second. He finds it. Huge impact from Nats in this round. Just tame that early aggression that Envy was starting to explore.
We'll pull Ye across from B site as well. Again, look at Gambit though. They're still sat in the same default from 35 seconds ago. Spike not committed. It's a mirror image of every other round so far. This is how Gambit want to play this map. They want to bait Envy into pushing. They want to build that paranoia, that suspense throughout the round and hope for a slip up.
There
There's
it is.
one.
The patience they show, yes, we constantly say Na'Vi style, but I'm going to say maybe Gambit style here. I mean, Nats just got rewarded. Exactly. Nats just got rewarded perfectly for that patience, sitting back and waiting for that push-up. So at this point, why wouldn't you commit a little longer? Now, it is maybe going to be that next layer of do they still clear for FNS as diligently as they should? And we know they don't. The B's obviously open and ready for the taking. Gambit will still take their time. They will still run that utility, and they're just fine. I'd be a little bit more nervous if there was even a player nearby, but they're just fine on this here.
Well, this is the comfort zone, right? It hits 30 seconds. We've still got 5 alive. Cool, let's go to a site, right? More often than not, especially with what's gone on in this early round, at least with 2 members of Envy committed to that short push. Fairly confident. This move here. Again, Chronicle actually still going to sit as the contingency here with the Hunter's Fury all the way outside. Nat's actually going to pick up outside TP, but yeah, Finesse and Ye don't have any intentions of going for this. Whether or not Gambit will even give anything away to them. So again, 3 rounds. This will be 2 to separate them. We'll build up at least another purchase within this economy.
Yeah. Gambit probably needed that.
Yeah.
It's talking mental game. We haven't seen them look shaken. I will say that. They're a team that seems to be able to always provide. They have the structure that seems to allow, even if moments go slightly astray, that they can depend on it still. They're still in a good spot. They're not the emotional springboard team that needs X and Y to pop off. Otherwise, they're in the bin. I still think they're okay. They have the protocols in place. But I would say we haven't seen them trailing too much this event. A couple of times, sure, but mostly in the deeper run of the tournament, they've been pretty sharp. They've been pretty on. And if Nats is starting to come alive, if he's going to start feeling that confidence here, what a big boon that would be for them.
Well, again, where we expect Gambit to kind of pick up the most in terms of information, in terms of a real grasp, is these early rounds, right? Where they're happy to sit so deep and just see, right, are Envy going to have kind of 3 go-tos? What's the setup? Who's where? What utilities in place to stop us? And then actually, that's when we might see Gambit lean slightly more to one side. Nats maybe getting a little more aggressive to push towards Lamps, obviously all the way up short.
Take that space
we know that default push that he has with that wall and then the poison orb in. I know it's one of Sean's favourite plays to see, but problem is here, again, I'm already seeing Envy kind of demonstrate they can play both sides of it. Now, we get very worried when we talk about Gambit resorting to fast desperation hits, especially when they're trailing on the attack, and they can't actually get a grip on what's going on. That's when Gambit look the, dare I say, weakest. Well, the slowest, I say, in terms of building into those kind of massive leads that we see them have when they start on defense. It's not often you see that. Again, actually looking back at the previous results, there's only really 2 or 3 times where Gambit have actually won out in terms of round count on the attack on bind.
We go back in. So timeout maybe just to collect their thoughts. After that conversion, maybe trying to relay, okay, what have we actually garnered from these first 6 rounds? What can we now action off the back of this? We've been holding this default quite well. Yes, it's worked out okay if, maybe Nats catches 2, but that's the first time we really saw Envy explore that A side as well, kind of push up a little deeper, not just through shower. So at this point, maybe just trying to address across the board, maybe a little bit of a switch up. So I want to see what they come back in with on this, what the approach may be is, he's got the op out. Defo on the other side with his, so both well equipped for this. And already, you're going to hear that ult coming through. Envy, that's going to be FNS blocking off the long. Yay, throwing down a shot and needs to keep himself moving. He's going to be doing the dance, but it has given that gateway forward. Nats is now super up close, but Yay bounded right round towards this. So again, he's there with Marv. They're not sitting back on this. Marv so clean on that check. They have read Nats. You highlighted. We know that push. So does Envy.
That's a prime example of doing your homework. Again, that Hunter's Fury sent through, caused a bit of chaos.
Oh, Defo.
Defo
Yeah,
nearly caught it there. He's like,
he didn't like that
okay.
one. And I do want to talk about that Yay Defo battle because I've been seeing 2 looks for Defo. And very different here. He's found that space, found that room. I think Ye's a whole different beast altogether, though. That man is truly living up to the El Diablo, right?
The consistency factor is what separates those 2 players. And again, we've seen Defo drag his heels slightly online. I think that's fair to say. But here, for me, Defo's been night and day to what we've seen previously. And actually a pivotal part of Gambit's success.
100%.
30 seconds left.
I do want to keep our eye on that kind of concept of those two potentially. Ooh, the switch up. All right. Defo going to be entering with the rifle. Yay, going to be on that little bit of a deeper off angle too, playing over by Tri-Box, but there's the dash in towards the side. We are down to about 12 seconds, so anything that denies the spike plant is going to be denying the round, essentially. At this point, Ye's well aware of the pressure coming on in. Red Guard's gone down. Crashies was so prepared for this, spraying in wildly, denying the spike plant once again. Time, it's gone. They've run out of it. It doesn't matter, boys. You've made a bit of a fumble on this one.
Yeah, I think fumble's the key word. Actually, let's still get one on the way out as well. Defo will slip out of line of sight, but again, that's the one. Unless there's 5 alive, actually Shados desperately trying to still bait some presence over in Hooker the whole time this is happening. Again, I love this here. They've read this perfectly.
10 seconds left.
That's actually brilliant. We talk about that just before that round as well, but this is another kind of side to Gambit we talked about, especially on the attack. It's when you've not really found anything, you can't just default hit a site, right? And especially here, there's no Sage. The Cosmic Divide was actually available, but that default plant on A is so difficult with nothing.
And let's then talk about Envy on the other side showing such patience.
Yeah,
They knew that clock was low. They were not taking super risky fights. They were holding deep on the back of site, allowed that clock to be the worst enemy for Gambit on this one as Defo is going to be noted but not really affected and can continue to go up. Now we do have a slightly forward position coming out from Ye as well. I want to see if he does decide to go walkabouts, if he feels the timing, who knows. But the spike is still deep down towards the backside and mid, so this is just taking that territory. This time it's B long. We haven't seen them explore it in a minute or two, so this could be a different look here.
Defo slow and methodical. And don't expect Envy to give away a peek in this scenario. Victor, just in this, again, he just needs to hold this angle, make sure nobody can slip out undetected, because Ye actually got himself posted up right next to him. You see Gambit are actually leaning this way as well.
I mean, this is still a
We're
double
hitting that
stack.
time, man. It's 30 seconds again.
And there's this double stack in towards Hookah. That's what worries me here. They've left this so late. 30 seconds to clear this and hope nothing goes wrong. Bear in mind, there's still a flash that I know that's on Victor at the moment. Shados does do really well, though. They still know there is going to be this Sky here. Now the Seeker's come out. He's in so much trouble, but holds down Mouse One, still denies a bit of time. But the rotations, they're a little... FNS just absolutely barrels into this. Spikes en route towards the site, though. And can anything stop it? This fight, and already there's problems. 8 seconds! Shados loses the spike and loses his life. Crashies does well. 4 seconds on the plot. FNS! The positioning was primed. And now Chronicle, you gotta watch again as another round slips through your fingertips. Envy don't care at that point. Take the frags, we got the round. Look at this. Envy are absolutely running them out of this server right now.
They absolutely are. And the problem is, right here, yes, they still find the kills on the way in, but the contingency is in place. Envy have run down the clock. They put up 1 hurdle. And all it is that double stack. It gets ripped apart by Gambit. But that doesn't matter. It's the 5 seconds bought there where the TP push can come through. Again, the Hunter's Fury is a factor from Crashies. And again, the fact he's even found the kill, not just denied the plant, is huge. Envy, again, this is a perfect example of adjusting to your opponent.
And it's subtle, though, isn't it? It's not...
It's nothing special. It's nothing flashy.
No, there's no flashiness to it, but it's just very well considered. And again, the calling, the preparation, all seems to be paying off so well.
And how often do we talk about Envy looking flashy this entire event, right? It's all been theatrics.
Absolutely, and it's been gorgeous to watch. We've all been fans, of course. It's hard not to enjoy these boys. We even got dabbles of that in the first couple of rounds, but now they're getting that complementary kind of good mental approach, good tactical approach to it. And Gambit need to find something out of this. Now Shados with the op. And a couple of pistols in surround, and that's all they've got.
And just to note, this is the most rounds anyone's got versus Gambit on this map in recent performances. I think that the next was 5 from Supermassive Blaze. So Envy already exceeding expectations, and Gambit have got it all to do to fight back. Defo might find. This did give him 1, but no damage done. Again, it's a double stack here. Marv's sitting to the right side of this wall. And actually, they're both going to swing through.
Oh, Shados.
What?
As if he's the one to get it, but they don't account for Marv. You have to. Shados, apparently that op looks good in your hands. But Victor then fills that gap. And they're always in the right place. The rotations are en route as well. Victor's actually going to aggress on that. That's madness. Redgar will punish that sort of behavior. As now we're down to Crashies and Yay. One rifle has come on through with Redgar, and it's well placed once again. The double spike down. Crashies just slipped through time. Oh no, Crashies, he's feeling this. He's read this so well. That's one. Can he get it? No, Nats! He's found the kill. How's he done that?
Down to the wire again. Again, there's 10 seconds. They find the one kill that matters, which is the spike, right? And the big thing here to consider, again, a little bit more of a forward hold, right, on the side of Envy, and it's an anti-eco round. So daring, again, call that what you want. Must be nice. Shados finds a freebie on the way in there. Finds a second, fair enough. But at this point here, you're thinking, all of this has happened so deep, and it's taken so long for them to come through showers. Actually, the rotation comes through. There's more bodies to deal with. So even if they trade 1 for 1, 2 for 2 on the way in, Envy is still in a position to prevent that.
Let me tell you a story about Yay right now.
What?
This guy is something else. Marshall, Op, whatever it may be, he's still finding impact. Plays up towards that B long, and now look at him instantly on the swing as well. Going to switch things out. Going to maybe fill that gap with like maybe FNS coming on over.
Defo had an operator, by the way. I was looking at this, I was thinking, they've not got much in here, but last second, Yay buys a Marshall.
And I love the fact that Yay's here. Now look, already a clear towards Shower as well. I don't know how much Marv just saw. He lent through a fair amount. I think he's cleared this. And now they're going to have the outro. This is exactly what they want. They're in good places to make damage out of this, but the rifles are still superior. Yay's on the other side now. Speed sees just the gun barrel. 2 now. Cross, he can call it. There's going to be... Dart towards the back of the site, sees another cross, that's a tag. Nats, though, does find Victor, so again, those rifles coming through. But Marv! Chronicle, you absolute savior of this side. The damage was starting to pour on through. FNS can't do much on this one. He used that rotate over towards that B site. And Gambit, somewhat being saved in a very dangerous manner, but I've got to say, Chronicle, being able to find and always keep awareness towards Shower then was key, because you imagine if he just slid out there, denied the spike plant, you still have Yay on the site, they can pull and push between each other.
And the thing is, every time that Gambit leans towards that, okay.
Let's go, Chronicle!
Every time Gambit leads towards A, that has to be a consideration. And yes, they can potentially plant with, still players on MV on backside, especially if they found a kill on the way in, but that always has to be a consideration. Triple and Showers. Especially there was nobody from Gambit that actually came through Showers this time. And usually, it would be Redgar, potentially Shados in there to flash through, but again now,
take flight.
Gambit actually will lean heavier towards A. There's only 2 members of Envy this time. Marv and FNS, and it's like actually a little bit of a set piece, potentially, coming out from Gambit.
Yeah, good clear close. Ult gets popped. Again, not much being found for this. Spike going in. They don't really have much of a say in the matter. Marv, how have you got that on Shados? The wild spray towards Nats will not find its intended target, and Nats is still dominating into Azuka. He's got his ult now just ticking away. Yay on the other side. Spike is down. So again, time is so favorable, and Nats has just denied this entire slice, but look at that flank coming around. Redgar is in such a dirty spot. Nats is walking this. See it? This is still the contingency plan. Chronicle has fallen, but Nat still stands, and yeah, FNS may consider it, but he still has to deal with it. And now the mad flank from Redgar. What the hell did Jay just do? Come hell or high water, he's still a problem. And Crashies is on the defuse. Envy, make it up to 7.
I'm not entirely sure at the moment at which that flips back in Envy's favor, because all you got to think is they just don't have to challenge, right? At this point here, they have to buy time for Redgar to come through, and again, you can see that. I don't know how Yay is finding these. Again, Redgar. How did he find all of that on site? Was that 3 on site?
Yes.
That's absolute madness to me. He walked into the Viper's pit just coming through from pipes, and I'm not sure what the setup was on the other side. I know we were sat watching Nats, but he looked in a position to stop that from happening altogether.
Oh, I'm with you. We go again. This pace looks different, though. Gambit not holding that traditional default, a heftier lean towards that B site. Yeah, he is here. No op this time, but he does have the ult. They're playing from site itself, and one towards kind of elbow, just waiting to see if their TP comes in early. It's a double take as well. Defo's going to find Victor, but will he predict FNS? They've got to know he's lingering around, but Redgar finding Yay on the site is huge. Now, yes, there'll be an answer, but it's Marv with 2, but it's all favorable trades towards Gambit.
Again, in the last round, we flipped the other way again. A very, very fast round. It'll be 7-5 on the half. Like I said, Envy already outperforming recently versus other teams that Gambit have faced. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, let's head down to the desk to see if they think this is enough. Has Envy posted enough rounds? Gambit have not been at this sort of deficit in a while. Guys, your thoughts?
Great question. Great question, Pansy, there. Let's take a look at this map so far, because like Pansy and Hypoc have been saying, in recent times, no team has gotten this many rounds against this Gambit side. Bala, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive. I have to say, that's very impressive, and everything they've done in this is honestly a masterclass from the beginning to the end. The way that they had that 4-stack on pistol, I was already like, okay, something special is about to happen. In the next 3 rounds, they compounded their advantage by taking double orbs, and Gambit's just sitting there like, I'm just sleeping right now. They're like literally just sitting on the other side of the map waiting for that to happen.
I love that you mentioned that, because we're seeing a Gambit that is literally playing Gambit. They're super passive, waiting for Envy to push, and Envy has done all the research and all the homework because they knew that they were going to see Bind today. We've seen them reading into every single one of their plays. They knew exactly, okay, if they're executing on time 30, we hear something a little bit towards B, okay, this is the play that we have to counter. Amazing play for Envy.
Do you think it's hurting them a little bit, Bala, that Gambit are still playing so slow? Like Kakuka said, Envy, they're getting the reads.
Well, yes and no. I think for sure in the grand scheme macro scale with the ult orbs and whatnot, because we've seen how many Envy is able to pull out on them, the ults that is. But I will say the fact that they're playing that slow strategic or slow, really defaulty play is actually allowing Envy to make some strategical mistakes. Like, for example, that round 4 where they're pushing down short and Nats is just waiting for them. And then, of course, the last round as well where they're all trying to crunch through sand out through the TP. That is also a strategical mistake that's not possible if Gambit's not playing that slow style.
Yeah, this is literally the main conversation. If Envy, they know what they have to do. They know how to break the timings onto Gambit. So if they pull on and just keep doing that, this can be a map for them, and that puts Gambit in a really bad situation.
Well, it's a strong start for Envy for sure. But Pansy and Hypoc, let's see if they can keep this up.
That's the big question, isn't it? Is this just the start, or will it carry on? Can Gambit find that fluidity on that second half, or are Envy just reading this so perfectly? This has been something on our mind here, and I feel like, at least in that initial half, we did have Envy having the correct answers to the Gambit puzzle. However, half switch, whole new dynamic.
Yeah, I think start off with the pistol round. Now, the key thing for me is, are Envy able to achieve the same thing they did on defense, which is dictating the pace? Gambit, again, we know they're going to sit deep. Defo actually will be given FNS on a platter behind the Owl drone to start things off. And yeah, now actually looking to counterbalance that actually with 2 other members pushing up long here. Actually, if Yay finds this, it could be the entry.
It could be, but Chronicles could have crashy. So actually, there's still a lot of favor to Gambit in this round. Now they know this player's coming up. Look,
what?
Okay. Shados, you're a lucky boy to keep you alive, and Ye's in trouble. He's been taken out of it for standing Gambit. Great positioning, and I'm a little curious what happened with FNS there. What was the intention on that walk-up? Because, it, as you said, it couldn't have been easier as a start.
No, it's not the person you'd expect to see, obviously, push out on the backside of the flash as well. I think already you've got to anticipate there's somebody else in position to obviously swing on that flash at least, but a little weird. Maybe that was just an attempt to, you know, push and pull on both sides of the map there and create a gap somewhere, but not an awful lot achieved there. And again, like I said, not especially not on this round. Well, unless he's got a Marshal, which he has. Always a possibility.
So they're on the full buy, got it.
But again, I'm looking for the same thing. Can Envy be the ones in control of the pace of this half? As Chronicle will open up onto Yay. Actually, that's the Marshal removed.
Defo will be forced back from this. So shower control has been gained. Flash disregarded by Defo. Takes the fight towards FNS, and Chronicle is making sure he is always the anchor point here and using that rifle just perfectly. A flawless prime gaming round for Gambit, and the score has been closed now. So that's the instant response. 7-7, game back on.
Well, next question being, what can Envy achieve on their first buy round? Do we see Gambit get a little proactive to try and pull this one through the gate as well? Again, actually, seeing Envy again set up in that default in the pistol at least. Now, whether or not they learn anything from that, look at it. They've noted Shados, they've noted Defo. Again, I don't think there's going to be any particular adjustments on the side of Gambit. Actually, say that. Shados will actually be here early round. The flash will confirm presence down by Fountain. Again, expect Defo and Chronicle to just play this pretty slow on A site. Nobody there from Envy to even contest Showers. You can see how deep they're playing as well. Envy relying on something towards B long, but 3 members of Gambit that side.
Yeah, I want to see what... Because FNS is on the other side to Defo. I don't think Defo's going to push too much deeper on this, but it depends on the amount of contact and pressure they get towards that B site.
It's a weird angle.
It's a weird one. It's a weird angle. And again, very similar look here from Envy, taking the time across the map. This default is holding. They are swinging slightly back towards A, but the spike is not particularly making too many moves until now.
This is interesting. On the back of the recon, down short, and the flash on long, they get confirmation on both sides, Lauren.
Yeah, Chronicle and Defo will be the 2 here, but Ye's found success. Now that's going to maybe cause a couple of issues for Envy if they wanted to lean the other side. Chronicle pushes in, isolates Victor. The timing could not have been better to make it back to a 4v4, and Defo just slips himself towards the side, tries to be amongst them, and he is! FNS completely unawares as Chronicle now comes back. Envy are pinched in this one. Oh! What? Defo!
Down A.
You're insane right now. Ye and Crash is going to have to do some big work, and look, it is those 2.
No way.
But Nats, the timing on this is unbearable. And like, oh, you're going to try and play late in a round, are you? You're going to go for a late plant, remember? How we kept being denied these spike plants? Yeah, enjoy it. 5 seconds left, and Crashies has to clutch out a 1v2, and he knows that chance is gone from him now, having to accept the fate as Gambit will make it to 8. And Envy, whew, even have Nats to close out, but what a flank from him and keeping so much control here. Some of those shots as well were just unthinkable stuff.
Again, Chronicle being in position at this point in the round to actually react on that orb being picked up is kind of crazy, but Defo making that Spectre look like an AR, to be honest with you. And again, can we call that hesitancy on the side of Envy? Again, maybe anticipating the Gambit were going to be aggressive and try and fight for Showers. Potentially they were sat very, very deep outside, but no real push. And again, like you said, Gambit, they find their comfort zone, which is 30 seconds left. Bodies alive.
Yeah.
Ye will be first to swing long. We'll be giving it, again, no aggressive peaks on the side of Gambit other than this very, very deep angle held by Defo and Showers. And again, Envy going to try and at least send out a probe. And that's, yeah, he was spotted now. Definitely, but how do Envy approach this now? Again, Gambit not giving away any peaks. No possibility for an entry here.
No, I guess they've taken the first step in, but there's still so much utility that Gambit can burn through. And, I mean, Envy, yeah, they're not being given many opportunities, so it looks like they're going to maybe eye up that A site instead. Defo does take a touch of damage, but not enough to really put him under too much strain just yet. He still has Chronicle here with him. So yes, FNS has kind of bridged the gap up towards Hookah, but the timing's everything. FNS is going to be caught absolutely in no man's land here. There it is. Chronicle quickly turns as well. He knows there's more. Finding Ye, and no quick trade. Puts himself in a safe position, and Chronicle is dominating right now. There's no way through to the side. That's his. Have a look elsewhere. Gambit now closing in towards double digits with the Prime Gaming flawless in this one.
Chronicle and Defo just running rings around Envy as they try and creep up towards A site. Again, the counter peaks is perfectly timed. So well played. And again, Envy, this is another round where they've tried to bait a little presence. They've tried to force out a rotation or to find some form of information. But this cycling of utility on B site, there's no sightlines. There's literally nothing for Envy to play distance with the Marshal. None of these Sheriffs even become a factor.
We're back on the buy. Envy fans, do not fear. There is still opportunity for them now. Ops out for Ye. A little bit of something for Crashies too. Coming in with the ult here if he needs it. Ye's already found Chronicles, so that's a huge pickup, especially on that A site. We've seen how impactful Chronicles been. Defo is actually going to work forward in this. Now, FNS has been here time and time again, but he's quicker on the trigger and he finds Defo. It's now a 2-player advantage, and everything, I guess, traditionally on that A site has now been unraveled, but Shados finds Marved in no man's land. Now, that's a little weird, but we're going to have the Seekers popped for that attacking side. Want to confirm where these problems are going to start coming from. Now they know there's 2 coming from this side. FNS now just puts down the utility, buys a bit of time. And then that slightly unknown element, not to the fullest extent, is Redgar working his way back in as well.
And Crash is just going to play on Bench here. Okay, actually, we'll get a sideline, but Shayla finds it.
I absolutely love it. Just waiting for that to dissipate, and then the sidelines work out well, but Victor! Oh, the high pop flash too. Redgar's blind. The triple P comes in. Envy answer right back. Dismantling that A-hole defensive side. 2 players quickly picked up, perfectly isolated. FNS so quick then as well.
FNS doing his best Nats impression.
Oh, yeah.
The walk up, you can see him. You can see the cogs turning. Whether or not he's going to pick that poison orb up. This is exactly that scenario. Nats being the only counter to Gambit's defense on A. Isn't that crazy? That little set piece works wonders for Envy. But Defo back on the operator now. A couple of ults creeping through. Again, we saw Crashies being kind of that kind of last hope for Envy there if everything went wrong for him. Would have had the opportunity to rely on that Hunter's Fury, but again, just very slow. Envy are going to try and work a pick on the back of Showers potentially. And Ye will post up with the operator.
Scout destroyed.
Elsewhere. Again, Envy still actively pushing for these orbs. Well, majority of the time the Shower, but
there's that ult. We're looking to see when that might come in. Crashies has been insanely good. Shados caught off. That's a big starting pick as well.
You can see this as well, though, with Defo posted on B-Long with the operator. You can see now Chronicle considering rotating here as Envy stack up. 4 players on short to deal with.
Here.
I'm just going to wait out this Toxin. Again, perfect timing as well. The Astro utility, you can see it in unison here. Just, the timing on this utility is perfect from Gambit, but they won't find it enough it, and Envy will creep through.
It's fine time at least for Chronicle to come over this side, and he has his ult. So that's now going to be a key piece to this to buy a little bit more time. Maybe Nats is off angle now, gets a bit more play. It does. In perfect synergy. These boys just find the timing whenever needed, but a dive towards the side from Ye. Quick response from him, but Redgar on the trade. Crash is now going to suffer, but 13 seconds. They're away. He's going to make a mad dash for it. They just want to get towards that B side, leave FNS over here for a second longer. But now speaking of seconds, we're down to 5. Plant comes through and Envy going to just try and flip it on a dime. The retake now has to adjust all the way over. And it gives Ye a way better position to hold this. He misses the shot. And Defo will at least catch him in the leg. But 43 HP is more than enough right now. What do they have to work with in this post plant? Because Defo is closing right back on in. There's still one on the side. That's Marv. Quick trade out. It's down to a 2v2. Op still out, but it's Defo finding FNS. But Ye, oh,
No
he's got swung on Gambit. Gonna make it to double digits. And what a way to play that back in. I thought Envy had cracked it with that TP.
And honestly, I thought Redgar, slight misuse of the utility there. You can see him try to stun on the dropout from Hooker instead of using that gravity well to deny that plant. Again, you got a gamble of where the plant comes through, but what a recovery right there from Gambit. Again, to hit that rotation at the time they did on the side of Envy, perfect. They had enough time, I guess, comfortably to find the plant, but not enough time to set up accordingly. I think with Gambit stacked up so quickly towards spawn, they had all the time in the world to wait out for the recon bowl and all these other factors that become key for Gambit to fight back through. Because Envy have used everything on that execute on A.
Absolutely.
They bail out of that. They have nothing left.
No. And here we go. Defo gonna make it hurt. Just add insult to injury as Ye's gonna fall on this. Now FNS will pick up another. Gets a rifle. Marv still got a rifle too. Got a frenzy and a classic.
No way Nats has made a tiny pocket to sit inside Hooker here.
Shados is right there too. Oh, the Aldro, I don't think he even had to do it, but the pop! Ooh, the pop flash was perfect, but Crashies could not care less, but there's Nats in the little cubby, and nobody puts Nats in the corner, because look at him! 3 quick kills, and the rifles, everything, every small margin that Envy wanted to use got removed.
And this is the concern, right? You wait for Gambit to just get something on their attacking half, because they find this groove on defense, and they dig their heels in. It's so hard to counter this. Again, actually, I thought Shadow sees that Aldro and he's going to swing on that, but actually tried to pop flash out, and I think that's the whole reason.
Right-clicked on that, man.
I mean, it's Crashies.
No, you make a great point. I'm so sorry. Silly me.
Great counter to that. Yeah, but it's Crashies.
Yeah, there it is. Give me your deep analytical thoughts. It's Crashies.
It's got a classic.
11-8 now. Gambit taking the momentum way off from Envy. And I thought maybe a timeout might be coming in for Envy soon enough here, because if they're starting to feel like they don't have an answer, they'd be up against Mad Point. It is a best of 5 though.
Oh,
and
God.
Redgar's got a judge. He's in hookah. It's really quite good in this position. Flashed up, still blind. Can't use it. Second to follow. Didn't catch him. Redgar's fine, but actually somehow Victor still wins the fight. So now they've got at least the stepping blocks towards the side that they want. Nats is still here though, and he can be such a nuisance, such a problem, such a time buyer as well. TP now taken, but that spike. Keep that in mind. And Chronicle was in their spawn, but Crashy's predicted it. So many weird things going down, but Nats is still here, and that's what I want to keep in mind. He was still lingering around a little while longer, but Defo's on the other side. Do they even think he's here? No. Crashy's none the wiser. A terrible surprise. Now they have to get past Defo on this, and they're going back. They're going back into Nats' lair, and with no follow-up. Surely this is called out. Yeah, it is. Defo's on the way. And Nats will just wait patiently towards the backside of sight. Having a little look towards long, nothing.
30 seconds left.
And confirmation will be soon. Two players creeping up. Nats, does he see it first? Yes, but he misses. Yay brings hope towards Envy, as now the site will be theirs. Spike en route. It will be planted. Defo, what can you do with this?
Spike planted.
Not impossible, but certainly not easy. Could he catch him on the way out? No. They're both going to be sat towards that long side. Maybe a longer rotation for Marv to get towards Hookah, as Ye will be controlling this.
They're doing just that.
This is perfect. Defo touches the spike, looks towards Hookah, sees nothing yet. The timing's not there. Marv will finally make his appearance. He knows where Ye is, but now he's had to use both of his smokes. But what? That shot was so quick. I thought there was a chance for it, but Marv, safe pair of hands. That long rotation coming in. It was just fine playing from Hookah.
Not an awful lot for Defo to do in that scenario. Again, finding one was the consolation there to try and get that one through, but
Peeps. I gotta visit the
so look here again, just from that previous round with a couple of SMGs. A bit more of a buffer this time for Envy, but one more buy in the tank effectively. Gambit hit 12. With that victory now, essentially going to reset their economy. Viper's bit available for FNS, but Defo actually goes walking here. Yeah, he's ready for it.
Don't walk up on Ye, man. He's starting to come alive, and he needs that fire. They need a little bit of something to light a fire under Envy right now. Shados just gets pinned into the shower. And that's, yeah, timing's not good enough for that. Mars was waiting for this. And Redgar and Chronicle, a near on impossible scenario. I'm curious how the money's looking for Gambit now, because these rounds have been pretty brutal for both sides. They've both been trying to keep it clean. Envy finally have 5 standing here, and they may just keep it.
Absolutely will. And we have to respect this situation, but it's interesting to see Gambit now maybe lean a little further forward, because it's given Envy what they want, right?
Yes.
They need to find this. The fact that Gambit plays so deep on some of these defensive rounds, it burns up so much of the clock, with Envy actually again trying to be the ones to find something before they make a decision. A little strange, and again, appreciate Defo making the effort, but after that it was almost just one by one. Envy of like, yep, we found the first blood, let's go. In this next round, hoping Gambit can at least resort back to where they're actually finding success, right? Forcing Envy to make these late round hits, burn up all this utility on the way in. One round separates them, Lauren.
As soon as you think there's, I thought Envy maybe needed a timeout, but they came up with the answer pretty quickly of their own accord without needing it. And I mean, Shados really.
I think Shados is thinking, oh yeah, he's going to bounce that into the corner, so I'm going to move it. No. That's a 0 bouncer.
11 to 10. This best of 5 could be a long day. Get yourself situated for what could be an incredible matchup between these two. Only map 1 here. Haven on the chopping block next. No clear front runner now, as Envy found what they needed. Create a little bit of an avenue, create a little bit of opportunity. As Gambit for a while looked almost flawless. Crashies was, not quite on par with someone like Chronicle, who had been absolutely dominant, which is something I was very surprised to say, because Crashies has been absolutely god tier. Chronicle, what an upswing in performance from him. 3 players this time on that Aileen. Nat's back in his little cubby.
Again, on the back of that owl drone, the flash through just to check if anything's outside B. Trailblazer should confirm. Envy intended on coming. That's the goal right now.
Look at the amount of vision they have to work with. Yay, that barrel's
pretty
big, but...
Oh my god, the timing is perfect.
Okay, Defo's still here, but he's living
Spike planted.
on borrowed time in this position, because you can see that Envy have taken the space and they've taken the site. Spike is down and taking Crashies and Victor sitting towards Hookah. That's slowly clearing on the back lines, but this isn't going to be a clean fight. The timing's going to be everything. Maybe he can unlock it, but again, this is going to come down to the wire here. Let's see what Nats can do on this. Oh, the timing, Nats. He does not know what he's up against. Crashy's just got red guard. This has to now speed up the hit from Nats. He's got to make his impression known. 1, 2, the third doesn't need it. Shados is right there, and now it all swings down to FNS in a 1v3. He's got the time on his side, but the shots ain't landing. You can see Defo's just buying time. Nats is on the defuse, and somehow they work it out. 12 on the board for Gambit.
Envy let that one slip through their fingers. Marved, again, he's so in tune. Nats is unnoted to that point. Marv's like, yeah, I'm checking. Actually, we're getting contact on site now. That draws him closer, and Nats, perfect position to strike. The transfer is actually beautiful onto Victor, but Shados with the counter peek. He's sat in lamps that entire time, waiting for Nats to come through and find something.
And it's hard to keep that faith, right? You're putting so much faith in Nats having that perfect timing on it, and you don't want to go early. You don't want to mess it up.
Nats falls, that's done.
It's done. 12 to 10. Map 1 looking like it's sitting in Gambit's hands for now, but Envy, they brought it back from crazier deficits, but they've got the answers now to what Gambit are bringing. Some of these rounds have been off the back of some brilliance, be it Nats, be it Chronicle, be it Shados, be whomever it may be, Defo. Throw them all in there, but Envy certainly have plenty of that themselves.
And Flash will confirm at least a member of Envy on B-Long. Again, this utility used by Gambit on the defense is so beautiful to see. Flash on one side, Aldrone on the other. Hunter Fury actually going to get it invested here by Chronicle, but nothing found. But again, presence noted on both sides, so they know Envy is spread thin.
And right now it's 2 players on B. So this is the correct read if they go for the Shados backside. Nats, I think, just on that cusp he is. That spike now noted. Rotation's going to be coming in right now. The bailout trying to come through. Nats is just trying to stay alive. B more of a problem. B a nuisance. Jay still stands. But where is that spike going? Going back around towards Long. They don't want to get past Nats, but Shados has fallen on the site. So there is some part of an avenue. TP taken for 2, now 3. Spike's on the way towards A.
They can't hear it because of the Cosmic Divide. Look at this. Gambit
That's so
are actually
sick.
staying behind this on B.
And Marv is selling this. He's selling it like a champ, and he can just punish any rotation. Yeah, one might slip through the net, but Marv, bullet to the back. But if anything, this is going to keep them here longer.
Exactly. Now they know the plant comes through. Seeker's invested by Victor. Again, going to confirm exactly what they believe to be true. Everybody stacked up in towards spawn here. No flank coming through from Gambit. They have to fight through pipes.
It is still a 4v3, so some favorable trades could really work out well for Gambit here, but timing and Ye, that positioning, the timing on this one, he's trying to create a path forward. Ye turns the attention, but now he's got Heaven to worry about, but he's got Victor by his side. Victor's got Defo, but there's still 3 players, a 3v3 now. Redgar through the box, and now 2. Victor's still alive, and so is Crashy. He's fighting with everything they have. The Chronicle's on the spike, and I don't know if they can get there in time. He's sitting this one, it's down to, oh my god!
He got it, he didn't get the defuse. Envy win the round. They go to 11. Oh my god. What was that round, Lauren? Envy, again, they've been trying to push and pull on both sides here. That TP play behind the Cosmic Divide, I think it actually cuts in half for the teleport. So they cut into the close side so the Gambit have no idea. But somehow, it comes this close. Look at that!
He missed the first right click, but he got the second.
Oh my god. Well, if that's any indication of how this series is going to go.
The pie.
It's...
We got OT map 1. Do you need
It's
your
gonna be
voice
one
for
of
the
those
next
days.
week?
No.
Fantastic. You're in the right place then. If this is map 1.
I can't believe what we just watched, honestly.
I could watch that last round again and again, dude. Like, just the timing on that, the TP usage with the wall. I have to say, quite genuinely, as a fan of both regions of just good Valorant, I think this is the best final we could have had.
And it's map 1.
And it's map 1.
Oh my god. I mean, how do you bounce back from that? again, Gambit are so close to getting that. I mean, if Redguard has any other gun than the operator there, I think Gambit win that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm pretty with you.
It's some, and again, I think that's another scenario where Defo swapped out because they want Defo to be the spearhead, right? They want him to be able to dash on, create a little space, everybody follows out. So I understand it, but again, it's just those tiny adjustments that teams make that it's make or break, right? That can ultimately be their demise. But there's another round of regulation to play.
It's just the
There's a Bucky.
There's a Bucky for
There's
now.
a Sheriff. There's another Sheriff. Chronicle, the only one with a rifle. Full utility, light armor.
Defo does have his ult. At least I guess that's something. Shadows
Thank
one
God.
away from his.
Thank God he's
I mean,
got
without
his ult.
that, yeah. But on the other side, a good purchase. Really nice. Yay, one off his as well. So, again, Marv can set something into motion as well. This is all coming on through. Defo, you've got to be an instigator here. Spots out Yay early. FNS and Marv are on the similar sort of look here. This is a 3-2 split towards A. This is kind of all in here, but there are 3 players for Gambit on this side too. Yay spotted again. They're keeping track of him, but he can't repeat this for a second. He knows there's a bit of a time limit on this, but Chronicle on the other side didn't give away that he has the rifle just yet. Defo trying to play the timing to perfection. The rotates come in. You do at least have Shados now on the site as well, but no more flashes to use. I don't know when he's going to have that back. But they're holding for a second. Confirmation from Defo. They're still lingering around.
Envy want to kill. They're literally desperate for a kill right now, but Defo finds it.
You're not getting it on Defo right now. It's Redguard found Crashies. Hold on, it's a 4v3. This buy was absolutely garbage from Gambit. They're still making it work. And there are those Seekers coming down, at least from the attacking side. So Shadows now going to be noted. FNS wants to close that gap. No, he's slipping CT. But can the rest of Envy stay alive? That's a bigger thing. There's a TP. And now, look at FNS. He can lock these players in. They have no idea he's got around to this spot. This is going to be set up for success. FNS slicing through them. It could not have been better. Envy somehow turning this back around. FNS's positioning then just saved them.
Redguard, 30 HP and a Sheriff. He'll be able to pick something up to try and make this work. But he finds himself in a 1v3 to prevent this going to overtime on map 1. And it's going to take him a long time to get over there, Lauren. Yeah, I can't see Redguard even getting close to this. You can see already FNS posted up in hookup. That's the first one to find if he needs to.
Still a tricky angle. Clear, not going to happen. FNS, you're a hero. You just got Envy to 12-12. That push towards CT in that timing, allowing that TP to come in, catching the rotations, because you know that Gambit had to respond completely to this because they had nothing to work with.
FNS, and time again, at this event especially, he's demonstrated his ability to just have a completely different grasp on a round. And that position there to thread the needle, get to pipes. You can see the ping coming through. I think Gambit initially like, somebody may have walked pipes.
Maybe there's a chance.
But there's no clear. I think Defo tries to bait a little bit. Shados is thinking, yeah, there's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. And it absolutely rips Gambit apart there.
I mean, throw your mind back to how many times he was in Garage. He was constantly playing that role. His Haven presence. And again, for FNS, I don't want him to be the superstar guy popping up on the scoreboard. Punish those rotations, read player rotations, those next steps. Put the opposition in the least comfortable position. He is such a galaxy brain for that.
Well, especially here on Bind playing as Viper, right? You want him to be behind the execution, right? You don't ever really want FNS to be the one playing a trade on the way in. And that right there, perfect example of what he's capable of. A timeout to start things off at overtime. Why not?
Why not? I mean, I think both teams know how much map 1 can mean to how this spirals.
This is huge. Again, the Des touched on this. We got to Haven next. Now you look at it. Gambit a 2-0, right? Yeah.
Why is it only 2-0?
Well. What do they play on Haven again? But I think Bind for me is one of the biggest conditions over this entire series. And bearing in mind it's a best of 5, you can talk about what happens later on.
Sure.
If we get there. If Envy take Bind, I'm already very, very worried for Gambit.
I'm with you. I'm full aboard, and I think you can see that's why timeouts are being taken. Both teams are aware this is very much... I say a linchpin, but it really can be for this to kind of slip into either side's sort of possession in this.
This is really interesting though, because Gambit are going to start on the attack, and they're looking as if it's going to be a quick piece. Now, this is the one round we've had to see Envy going to be a little proactive here, but only as 2. So if Gambit can close the gap very quickly. They might find themselves onto B side.
Uh-oh, Victor is in trouble. Does it get confirmed? Slightly, not punished, but we'll have to respect it and fall away. Crashy's going to try and fill that void.
For it.
And you're right, they're still kind of posturing up for this. Crashes could have slipped back towards CT or sat deeper, but they have now 3-4 on the site. But Envy and Crash is just watching as one dashes on past, but it's Defo! How's he found that? FNS has fallen, Ye still stands, that does Victor, but only for so long! Gambit have just butchered Envy! And Marv called upon in the final moments here of this first round of OT. Not gonna happen, Shados!
Sorry.
How on earth did we just see that?
Did Gambit just execute within the first 35 seconds of a round?
I don't understand.
Am I asleep? Was there a scoreboard switch or something here? But again, the perfect thing to pull in overtime, right? Envy are anticipating that slow pace, that methodical, again, especially when you get shut down in the way you were in that last, well, the last 2 rounds of regulation, actually.
Even just Defo finding that pick towards back site. Exactly, they were already there. They had 4 players on site basically at that point. Like, that's insanely impressive, but it ain't done yet. This isn't just like, oh, but it's done. No. Envy's turn. Redgar opting for the judge.
Okay.
Is this the world we're living in? Okay. All right. Fair enough. As Nats goes down, Crashies with a pivotal first pick.
Here.
It's huge, actually. Yay, pinging out the possibility somebody's walking this smoke, but FNS, does he drift in? Redgar's going to back away. Do not walk that. Do not walk that.
Oh.
Dead fool. Toxins going up.
Well, I think now we can say 2 uncharacteristic rounds from Gambit.
Yeah,
wait and see what happens, but it's got a little weird, yeah.
It's gotten weird. And Envy will love that. What a great start too.
That's what they look
Comfy
for the
picks.
entire time when they're
never
attacking
got given
up.
it.
Yeah.
Never got given that. They had to fight so hard for any of these site hits, but now, yeah, okay, yeah, no, fight us whenever, dude. That's great. FNS though pinged out is going to be revealed and punished. Now with Chronicle still here, he's been having a belting game. 30 seconds, a Spike yet to fully commit to the site. They had to clear Chronicle and they do. Yay sharp. Shados, now considered as well, been revealed, hiding away. Defo's en route, but it may be a little late now, as it is going to be just down to Defo, and Envy somehow find the perfect beginning.
Given effectively, well, there you go, Yay will find the last, but effectively given 3 opening duels, which you don't often find versus Gambit. Like I said, Envy were desperately looking for rounds like that, where they were able to find these 1v1s.
These early fights.
They look for it for the entirety of the half. And this here from Redgar, again, I'm okay with it. Again, it's overtime. Throw something weird in there, something that maybe, you know, your opponent's not going to anticipate. But doesn't work out for them. Gambit back on the attack now. Again, everybody leant towards B. There's no Nats on A short. There's nothing here to bait presence. But adjustment from Envy.
Gambit's pace is still catching my eye. Defo going to try and close in with the back of that outro. Going to be forced away, but there is another player in here, so don't think.
Oh my god!
Excuse me, Defo? He just dashes in. Victor, so sharp though, finds a quick reply. And now a 1-for-1 trade out, but they know the intention. Victor now not necessarily panicked, but trying to pour that utility into buy time for Crashies to get over here. But you're right, it's the backfill, and it's still a fight for Nats and Chronicle. They just made Envy look like putty in their hands as FNS and Marved. Well, they were on the other side. And again, this pace change has been very uncharacteristic. It's got them a reward. I know how scary it is when it's Gambit's go switch a gear, but Marv having to go through this now, a 1v4. But if Gambit do the similar thing on the other side, there'll be opportunities. The Envy will lap up as Chronicle. We'll get Gambit critical round here, but that fight in Hookah was, Hookah was absolutely everything.
But the pinch is beautiful from Gambit as well.
Push up long, they were like in sight.
Straight away, because I think actually they identify that it's only going to be one, unless, you know, for some crazy reason it's a pistol round setup again. There's 4 members of Envy on B side, but they know that they can play the numbers. And that's actually the perfect example of where to lean away from the default, right? And how to actually make that very, very effective in the early round. If you can find that one person, you can run them down.
But remember now, Envy just got everything they wanted out of Gambit in that early start. This was what they were dreaming of. And I worry for Gambit if they keep playing into this. Now that's a different stop though. Yay being picked up here by Defo is very, very different. But FNS did find a very key frag. Someone like Redgar, and maybe he's reading this again. I'm curious if he is, but it doesn't look like they want to adhere to this story of heading towards A. They're considering an adjustment towards that B site.
It'll now be Chronicle with the Owl drone. As he was spot out with Defo posted up, watching towards hookup. Chronicle just holding that pixel angle, but cross. Actually, Marv will get found.
Okay, this is now where problems begin, but Crashes is still alive.
Chronicle!
For so long! Chronicle's not letting anyone pass. He's still trying to fight fully blind. But now Envy have 2, and they at least have the step towards the side. But look how quickly Gambit are on the case. 1 CT, 2 towards Hookah. And FNS is just dedicated towards that CT fight. He loses. Victor now in a 1v3. This could be map 1 going towards Gambit. The flash confirms attendance. Victor, what can you do with this one? Tries to turn the flash. He's still just fine, but Shados, he's not giving him anything. You know that Envy want to clear CT, but he's just not going to let it happen. And Victor knows he's going to have to fight tooth and nail for a single pick in this Gambit turtle up. They let nothing go astray in 20 seconds now. Victor, 34 HP. And it's done. Shados leans forward.
Win.
Map 1 was an absolutely brutal battle between these two.
It is, and to come out of that as well, it's so draining. But Gambit, finally, I gotta say, will push that one through. And Envy, again, I'm seeing so many positives on the side of Envy. Again, talking about the one thing with Gambit is not allowing them to kind of find that comfort zone, like I said, late round hits, having, 5 alive. So that all relies on Envy kind of, being aggressive, right? But what did Envy do? They sat back deep. They very, very structured, didn't burn up any utility on their defensive half, and look how much Gambit struggled with it.
I've thoroughly enjoyed watching these two fight out on map 1. So aware of each other's styles and how they look individually.
Oh, yeah.
But they didn't overcompensate. They didn't make crazy changes. I think they made really considered adjustments. And it's why we went into, double OT. This is a best of 5, so as I said, it is a long journey here, and this is going to be a lot of brain power just burning through for these two teams. Do you remember the divide and the TP jump? Like, we've had so many insane moments in this.
I absolutely love that. I mean, I hated that round, but I also loved watching it. But Gambit, like I said, I wanted to see them win bind. It wasn't the circumstances that I think they needed to, I'll be honest. Now, looking towards Haven and looking at the game that Envy wanted to play in map 1, that kind of push and pull, baiting out, I think potentially, unless we see something different from Gambit on Haven, which I'm sure the desk will theorize on, it's looking a little worrying.
Yeah, I mean, this game, though, this is something when we talk about grand finals, it does go a little out the window. Everything gets a little funky, and you've got this kind of mental game between the two, and the map pool is now so critical, and it comes into conversation. So I really want the desk now to break down those kind of knock-on effects, everything that now you were discussing coming into fruition. So that's something we have to keep in mind here. Best of 5 time, it's going to be a long run, so get yourself comfy. We'll be back with the desk in a second.
dark at night. Stop acting like you can't decide. Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify. I won't give up when you're walking out. So don't give up when I'm calling out. 'Cause this time we'll make it through. Misconnections with you. Around it goes. Just trying to lighten the mood. But around it goes. Turn up the music and the flashing lights. Are you out there in the dark at night? Weak signal, won't you give me a sign? Amplify.
What a start to this grand finals best of 5. Gambit, they took map 1 after double overtime. I'm back on the desk with Kukuka, Bala and Gio. Now, Kukuka, it was a slower start for Gambit. Things were looking great. That famous defense half then came in, and then overtime. I feel like we're spoiled. We had absolutely everything in this game.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Gambit starting slow is something that we can expect in almost every single map, but I feel like especially when it comes to Envy on that second half, they started making mistakes that they were not making before, and it got me, raised a lot of questions. I really like the fact that Chronicle stepped up for the team. We mentioned it, we talked about it on the pre-show, and I feel like his awareness of what was going on in every single round was decisive to Gambit.
We saw definitely 2 different Gambits in that game, right? We're talking about the first half for a second here. I think that game could have ended in that first half the way that they were playing, right? The mistakes that they were making on their first attacking side, but it flipped, right? Chronicle kept them in a game a little bit, and I think Envy also kind of bit themselves in the foot the way that they were playing some of those earlier rounds where they're pushing into trying to catch them off guard, where you know that Gambit's going to be playing slow, but then that second half was just gorgeous.
I mean, I have to say that there are a couple of moments that really stood out to me. For example, when we see Nats getting caught out in his position where he's like lurking and waiting for them to, make a mistake, which is what Gambit like to play as. And Envy reading into that is something I was really impressed by.
I'm so glad we pointed out Chronicle, before the game, speaking about every individual player's impact in this. Bala, he really, really stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, that clutch to start things off really for Gambit. This is the round right here. This was so nice. He had the 2 shock darts. He knew what was coming. And unfortunately, I feel like Envy just didn't have the right read on them. And then, of course, this round was just ridiculous. Literally, this is the types of stuff that we're talking about. He was keeping them in the game in that first half.
One of the things that we always talk about Gambit is that the 5 players are always going to stand up in some situation. Lovely that we talk about Chronicle, because in this game, he was there for the team 100%.
I mean, what's always impressed me about Gambit is the fact that it's not a team that you just look at and you go, oh, Defo, he's the duelist. He's always going to be the guy who's popping off. It really feels like the others are doing a lot of heavy lifting a lot of the time, and Chronicle performing like that is a perfect example.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happen in that game. I feel like we were spoiled, like I said. Yes. What a start, especially after yesterday with all of the 2-0s we had. But I cannot wait to see what Sean Guest thought about that. He's standing by to break some of that down.
Oh man, Sue, we had so many good plays throughout that entire game, but I want to focus on 2 defensive rounds that I saw that really caught my eye. The first one from Envy, and then we're going to get into a really cool round by Gambit. But let's start off here with the shower control. So right off the bat, you can see FNS has put his wall up in showers, and it's actually going to end up netting him a kill. In addition to that, we see Marv has an Astra Star at the end of showers, just in case anyone comes in. He can turn that into a gravity well. But look at all of these Astra Stars that Redgar has set up across the map. All of these ways to prevent any aggression that Envy wants to bring into the picture. But Envy isn't looking to be aggressive on this round. You can see right at the start of the round, we have Victor and FNS getting shower control, Victor going up and getting that orb, and the orb actually causes Redgar to peek into this angle that FNS is holding. It was all a bait. And FNS gets this frag, and we're about to see it in a split second. But first, let's see how they rotate back. You can see Victor flashes off short A, and then the retake for B happens. So we're going to quickly see in a second how FNS gets that frag in shower. But first, you can see there's the Astra wall. Here's FNS in shower. You can see he puts down his wall, gets that frag onto Redgar, and right away, you can see Gambit has rolled into this B take, and they've recognized this as a retake on B setup because the Seekers were sent in. Look at this wall, though, that Marv has thrown across B. It is the perfect counter for this triple elbow setup that Gambit find themselves in. But more importantly, it blocks off this hookah site angle if there was anyone there. In addition to that, it creates this little pocket that Envy is very, very aware of, and Crashies moves very quick to get into that corner. So you can see they're retaking through spawn, and just look at the attention to detail, by the way. Marv is holding this elbow push. These three are all focused on the front of the site. Everyone is working up together, and now once they're in, FNS gets this frag right before the Cosmic Divide goes up. And just for those of you that don't play the game very much, you can't spam through this Cosmic Divide, so Gambit has no option but to come through it. And here you see they're a little confused. What ends up happening is they sky flash through and they try to come through on the opposite side of the wall first. But what we've seen from pro players all tournament long is they sit on this edge just like this, and they sit right up against the wall. If you come through it, it's an easy frag for them where you can't even fight back. And if you come through on the other side, you would have to be looking parallel to the wall, which is very unlikely. So you can see it's so easy for Crashies right now. He gets blind by the Sky Flash, turns around, gets that frag, and he also gets the last frag on Shadows. Now we're going to go into the next half. This round is such a cool ult from Nats. I love this approach to the B site, and he still has tricks up his sleeves in the grand finals, which is insane to me. So you can see right off the bat, what's going to happen is Defo is going to take this pick, and then he actually repositions the top site for another shot over the Viper ult. This Viper ult is ridiculous. In addition to that, you can see the Viper toxic screen is cutting off multiple angles. The defenders actually would have to guard this or the attackers would have to cross there, they would have to cross into hookah, and again once they get into hookah. In addition to that, it blocks the garden entrance. So as we roll the clip, you can see that Envy is completely unaware of this little corner that Nats has found. Wait till you see this from his perspective. It is absolutely ridiculous. He tanks a Seeker from this corner, and they still don't know where he is. So there's Defo getting the opening pick, Nats setting up the toxic screen at the start of the round, and this is that lineup for the ult. It's actually insane the preparation that both of these teams have brought into this grand final. So you can see the round is starting, and here's that ult. Watch this angle that he finds. So he has Defo make a large presence by peeking out of hookah, then he just weasels his way in here, gets hit by a Seeker. So Envy has the knowledge of where he is, but it's just such an outrageous location to check. Oh my goodness, they all jump right by him. He gets an easy 3K, and you can actually see he's forced to crouch in that corner. You can see it from that angle that he was just in. Just such an outrageous play by Nats, and I love the preparation that both of these teams have brought into Map 1. It's been such a treat to watch, and I can't wait for Map 2, guys.
We can't wait for that either, Sean. I'm excited to see more stuff he needs to break down because so many things is happening at once. But we got to talk about Haven. That's map 2. Again, in a best of 5. This map for Gambit, not the best. However, Kukuka, the results beg to differ.
Okay, if someone has never watched Gambit before, I understand that you go and look at the data and you say, oh my god, they're great on this Haven. No, okay? No, that is not the case. They just play randomly and they're good individually. So they managed to win a couple maps. But with Bind being a map that you know, goes around the defense so much. Haven is right the opposite, and I feel like Envy has a great shot here. The fact that Victor, Marge, and Ye have been performing so good during the entire tournament, but especially yesterday and also today, this should be one for Envy.
Yeah, I know. All of that stuff definitely makes sense, but I also feel like Haven is one of these maps where, I don't know, the meta kind of is easy if you're Gambit, right? You kind of have played these comps that are really good on Haven in the past, right? There's the Sky is something that you're bringing out, the Sova is something you're bringing out Astra. I mean, sure, you could look at what they played in the past and be like, oh, well, there's no way. But, I mean, if they just go into the regular stuff, I'm not seeing too much of a problem.
There's no regular.
I mean, it is interesting to me because the last couple of times that Gambit have played on this map, neither of which have been in this tournament. They've been back in EMEA. They go for that double duelist composition, whether it's a Jet Rain or a Jet Raze, they're probably going to be bringing 2 out. As you see on your screen, currently it's Jet Jet. Don't think that's going to happen. Meanwhile, on the side of Envy, they only bring out 1 duelist typically.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, and just want to give you guys some context. The reason we're seeing Jet Jet is because Redgar has only played Jet and Reyna on this map in stage 3, and he basically, here we go, the Reyna has come out. He's explained this to us before, that when it comes to Haven, they don't have any strats here, and they just sit down in a room and go, hey, what do you want to play today? I kind of fancy Brimstone, which Chronicle might lock in, and Redgar, he never gets to play the Duelist, and Barlow, we're going to see him on the Duelist today, and yeah, there you go, the Brimstone.
I'm speechless.
I knew this was listen, okay, I have a theory before we talk to casters. Maybe they've tried this composition, check that they need no strats, and they're like, okay, this is it. This is going to be our strat.
Well, they beat Ascend here, so let's see what they can do now. They took map 1, but this is a marathon, not a sprint. Time to jump into map 2 with Pansy and Hypok.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's got a bit fruity. What are your thoughts seeing that coming through?
A wise man once said, if you don't know what you're doing, how are your enemies supposed to know what you're doing? I think this here is probably one of the best examples we'll have in Valorant today. Again, we saw those tiny pieces in terms of preparation and knowing what Gambit were going to do. The set piece on short with Nats. So this here is concerned. Envy need to be back to aggression. Good start. Yay, perfect example. Going to find Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I actually love how Envy play this map, personally. I think you can see it here, and it's a great example. Thanks, Envy. You make it look real good. Shadows and Defo, I don't know what they're going to do with this one. That spike's not really committed anywhere just yet either. It looks like he's going to go for that ceiling eventually, and yes, Shados has been able to put himself in a decent enough spot. But yeah, they'll check. Jump peeking. Not going to let it happen. Just those right clicks. Got to keep the movement pretty critical. And there it is, yeah, at the end. Envy with a belting start, and again, this should be, I feel like, a clean Envy victory here.
I think so too. The key thing is can they maintain? Can they kind of sustain this pace and this tempo throughout the entirety of this half?
Yeah.
If ever we want to give the benefit to starting halves, Gambit are on defense, so we can.
You're trying. You're trying.
I'm trying desperately.
You found like 3 things that maybe could work when we're seeing.
The death segment was so fascinating, and you know there were so many talking points about exactly what we were going to. No, okay, right. Well, let's see what happens. I'm here for it.
We're here for the ride. Maybe there is method to the madness. Maybe Redgar's going to hit a couple of nice shots. Could help. Now keep in mind the purchase back here from Envy isn't, you know, the best thing in the world. It's still going to be missing some odds and ends. So there's still potential here. As Chronicles just killed Yay. 4v3.
What Gambit are doing? They're literally just deathballing. There's 3 members here. Marv, gotta be aware of actually the counter peek comes through. Yeah,
he's low.
Away from that.
He has to respect it because he's the only one with any sort of semblance of a rifle, be it a bulldog or not. And FNS down to 40 as well.
This is huge.
This has become really possible now. Crash is trying to get him. Oh god, Crashes is dead. I guess if it works. It works. However, they still need to get past FNS and Mark. Flash comes in, they were waiting for that to come through. Still a bit of utility that Mark can utilize, but Shadows actually thread the needle. I think he's a little further ahead than Marv expected. And now Red Guy into a 1v1. He's on 2 HP. No way it's going to happen. FNS keeps us sane here for now.
1 survives.
Yep.
And actually, on the flip side of that conversation we just had, what did Gambit do, and is that sustainable over the entirety of their defensive half? Do we keep seeing weird rounds like this, walking mid? Again, we know Envy rely heavily on FNS to control that grass area outside double doors on the back of the turret. So whether or not FNS is able to single-handedly stop some of these weird rounds from Gambit, we'll have to wait and see.
It just feels like a whole sentence of just wait and see what happens.
We'll have to wait and see counter up on screen for Haven.
Yeah, maybe just weird as a word counter. Also very enjoyable. And Redguard just being punished so quickly. Victor, way too sharp for that. FNS doing what he does best, threading that needle. He will be in the most annoying position to deal with as he's slowly creeping up. Way ahead of expectation, but Defo still checks it with good intent. So now 1-for-1 trade out. Spike is now leaning towards that A side, but again, it is Nats here. And he's quite the player, quite good at this. That's quite a nice side to be holding with a Cypher, so to really enjoy that. Now, the Spike is once again working through sewer. We have Marved backside of mid. Crashy's pushing up deep ahead of where Chronicle may expect. It's still a great peek. Still clears it just fine. The camera awaits. Ah, it's been caught off. Okay, so Nats now has to depend a little on the rifle in his hand.
They found my wire.
How much more can he get out of this? Apparently he doesn't need to. Chronicle's there with him. And now Marv presented a 1v4. This is just so out of the ordinary. Nats drops down, takes off his head. And Gambit with 4 alive win their first buy.
Yeah, and look to Nats to do what we've just seen there. Again, allow the rest of Gambit to go hunting. Again, the early round doesn't exactly go in their favor, but perfect example here where Nats will literally be in his spy camp from the second that spawn barrier drops and just in position to relay that information when it comes through. Actually going to see Defo over this side.
What's the buy like for Envy off this?
There's marshals. Yay and Marved have marshals. So whether or not they can find an entry here. Crash is actually very quickly going to tuck himself into sewers. Yeah, no. 2 members to defend. Chronicle has to swing in mid here, and Yay will be gifted an entry.
And Marv's found one too.
Of course.
Of course, the marshals often win out against the rifles. In anyone's hands. Quite the heavy investment. Of course, once again, sarcasm coming in droves at this point. Nats is, however, posted up on long, so...
Okay.
Yeah, right click saying working now. Yeah. Okay, and the ult comes through. He's going to be challenged on long, though. He's got to be careful on this if they decide to swing through, but they want to push towards CT. He's found the spike. Now, there is a player on the other side, that being Marved. Quite tricky to clear this, though, with that Marshal.
1 enemy remaining.
Catch Crashing as well. And Nats will find his third. Again, nice little setup there. Difficult to dig him out, but I think if anyone was in a position to, the fact that the cage pops and Victor isn't necessarily inside of that audio cue was coming anyway if Victor decided to move or swing on anything else, so you had to gamble on that. Gambit will tie things up to a piece now. Purchase comes through. Look at the ultimates. Crashy's the only one missing his. And yeah, you got that operator online as well.
Yeah, plenty to bring out this time for Envy on the other side. Rifles. And a timeout. A late timeout call as well. What's the discussion at 2-2?
How's everyone feeling? Did you wish you picked anything else? Anything you guys want to do in the next round? Where should we push?
I guess there is, as you said, there is something to be said about when you're so used to playing within a certain meta and kind of punishing certain aspects, when that adjusts, it does put you out of your comfort zone as well.
Especially with something that's so visible with Gambit, right? You can really, really anticipate the pace of Gambit, what they're going to do, the early round setting up, and just trying to, you know, that information gathering. Here, it's like you got to throw all that out. You're basically playing a different team.
Yeah.
And a weird comp on top of that. So for a team to completely switch up and play totally out of character actually makes it throws that preparation factor out the window. I mean, you can come in and say, yes, 2-0 on Haven, but how much actual data is there for Envy to go, okay, well, what can we learn from what they've done previously here?
Yeah, but obviously that is always counteracted and counterbalanced with, I'd say, additional weight that Envy across the board are better at this map.
And actually, FNS is a key component of that, right?
Absolutely.
We talked about his ability to find a read on certain rounds, his grasp on the overall kind of timings and that rotation factor, which is always prominent on Haven, but what happens? Actually, Defo and Redguard looking to get aggro on long.
Switch up as well, that B side now being controlled by Nats, and as you highlighted, Of course he is. Where else would he be? Why would he be anywhere else? And we actually have the Sky leaning over too, so quite the stack out here. Now, Nats was actually towards this in that prior round. Ult comes in, and the reply from Brim. So it's a lovely denial of this, but there is also a walk up towards B, and that's where the spike is. So yes, the pick is on A long, but keep your eyes on B and keep your eyes on Nats. How much is... He knows they're holding the angle. He still tries to swing it. Crashy's just better right now. And a pop flash for Shados turns in perfectly, but he can't double down. Marge with an excellent trade, keeping such numbers favorable towards Envy here. Defo, yeah, he's been noted. Red like a book. And Marv, what a way to confirm it. That could have been dangerous. It just wasn't.
And a great example of what Envy were trying to achieve on the first map, that push and pull, right? Ye stays on long to, yes, secure the lockdown. They know the orbital strike's coming through, but they're so proactive in the first 3 or 4 seconds of that lockdown. They're already moving. They're already pushing towards B. The Seekers come out, and actually, Nat's in that kind of anchor position. He's completely isolated because they know, yes, he's on site, probably sat in his camera, and he's probably going to try and play off a cage. Now, yes, he has kind of a split-second decision to make. That swing there, there's nobody in position to get there quick enough. So that's why he's solo challenges in that scenario.
You want to fight it?
Early divide. And we see all the ults being worked through, but do you expect Redguard walking mid? I don't know, 29 HP, and chased down by FNS trying to close that gap, but Defo with a big punish on the top side of B even predicts that Ye would be trying to be near that headshot angle, but Ye's still better, but Nats, I mean, they thought there could be a chance. Did he spot Ye then? I don't know if he did. The timing is going to be interesting. But keep in mind that Crashies is still watching this. Crashies is super aware that that was left open. There was a little bit of a window of opportunity, but now Chronicle fancies a go. Well, Nat's tried his best. I'll see if I can do one better. And Shados over towards CT with a jumping up shot towards Marved.
Yeah, now all on Chronicle. Try and find something. Spike will be planted completely unopposed. Again, the reason we see Crashes in that scenario, he's got the Hunter's Fury. He wants to be kind of that final post-plant contingency for them. Now we'll regroup on site. Again, Envy want to try and keep 3 up here. Not going to happen though. Chronicle will find 1 on the way in. Yeah, with the counter beat. So, well cleaned up.
And then let's switch this into long-term conversation, right? We talk about a best of 5, and we'll say it again, the word marathon gets thrown around a lot, and it is, but this is a really good confidence booster, or it should be, for Envy. This is going to keep them right back on track if they just go through the motions. We know they can. Every single one of their players starts having a good time of it. Gambit, I feel like they've already somewhat adjusted their expectations here. Let's see if we can do something a little out of the blue. Let's see if we can do something weird here. If we played this in our traditional style, if we came out with, you know, maybe a mirror comp, whatever, it wouldn't have worked. This is not their map that they play to this extent. So again, they're going to try and get away with it. But Envy should, by all accounts, have a clean map. So that to them will be a massive boost to the mental game for them. After having a very close map 1, a loss in OT, this is a really good way to stabilize and go forward at a 1-1.
Almost saying, actually, trade some shots back and forward. Actually, bang on the money with that, doing a fair bit of damage, but actually the heal will come through from Victor.
That's okay.
Actually, Seekers will be invested here on the side of Gambit. Crashes planted, Nats gets a headshot, but no follow-up here.
What? Where's the call? Hello? Hello?
What?
How has Chronicle just got 3 kills as well?
HP.
And Victor's in so much trouble. He was the original player that Nats had heard, but Victor gets himself towards B, can pick up the spike, but look at the positioning and the adjustment from Chronicle. He slipped through Garage, gone all the way back around to B, can confirm, well, he's not on site right now, so he's going to have picked up the spike and try to maybe lean towards C, because he can't get towards A. It's that kind of process of elimination, but a pause for thought here. They need to try and work out each other's positioning. He will have his flash up in 15 seconds. Nats has now cleared
30
A.
seconds
This is where it
left.
gets a bit scary if they have to clean those kind of connectors between B and that A site, but they'll work their way through and it will eliminate all these other areas that could have contained Victor. Now, he's going to have his flash back up. He's got 15 seconds. This could be incredibly smart. If he can get this pick. He hasn't got the time for it.
10 seconds left.
5 more seconds,
One
or
enemy
just
remaining.
a bullet. Chronicle cresting the corner, a little surprised at that. I thought he was going to just play towards CT. Flash comes in, doesn't catch Nats. That's a huge information gathering moment that just went astray. Victor's flash just went a little too deep, had no idea Nats was there.
The timing there for Nats to actually be out of line of sight of that flash. Again, you're right, turn that second corner in spawn. What an insane round, though.
Okay.
Okay, how does he follow up on that? Oh, okay. Chronicle's looking absolutely deadly today. I mean, actually, yeah. I think Nats is the perfect response there. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm not flashed. I'm counting, but he's going to have no idea this swing's coming.
Yep. That's dreamy. That's something you get gifted, and that round felt so out of nowhere because, yeah, Nats' position was the kind of critical piece that I was kind of interested in because he got that flank but didn't quite get the denial in the end. He got the tag but no follow-up. But then, hey, Chronicle's right there with him. So, I mean, why not? Hop early of the ult, crashies. Not getting too much, and a counter roll as well towards C-Long, but they're already up. They're already in the face with Chronicle. He's there! He's found one in a second! The third! Chronicle! What an animal for Gambit right now, leaving Envy in tatters. As what are you meant to do with this one? Crashy's trying to do something, find an isolated player towards Garage, but the net's closing in, and Redgar's got him. Chronicle, if this is him finding his footing here, I'm all aboard. Show me what you got, buddy.
But that is beautiful, though. The orbital strike, again, pushes them out. Nats actually challenges here to try and find something on the way in. But again, it completely splits Envy in half. And Chronicle makes the most of that final 2 seconds of the ult being there, breaking line of sight. Nobody else can push up to trade. Really, really great uses of the orbital strike.
They've broken the money. They're down to, I think they've got 1 rifle, 1 bulldog, yeah. 2 frenzies and a marshal. Not a bad purchase in the hands of Envy, to be fair.
Mid.
Against like, potentially a weird buy. Yeah. Have a go. Ooh. Backs off from it. Devo has to respect that. Even if it is just a marshal in Ye's hands, that thing will find what it needs, but a walk up middle 3 players. Marv just got punished so badly. Redgar, oh my word, the bait and switch. Chronicle was right by his side, but crashes. Somehow brings us back to a 3v3. I thought there was no way, but Nats is right there, and FNS just has to hold his nerve, get that spike down, do what he can for the side, caught in the heels, and now Nats is going to close that gap. Ye knows pressure is coming. Nats now swings it, Ye denies it. And a 1v2, ults come online, the Flash still knows he's in towards headshot, but he finds Defo, he's gone again, oh, Ye, he switched to the other side, what does Shados do? No Flash, no nothing, it's just the gun at his side right now, and Ye is gonna, he's made a miss, he's made a fumble, but he's still got a chance at this, he's trying to buy the time, Ye!
No way.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Ye is just about keeping Envy in the lead here. What a weird round. Can we just,
what a weird map so far. It's just... I got nothing for you.
So when you have a Marshal in a 1v3, how do you win that?
I'm absolutely... Again, initially Gambit like, yeah, let's just run it down, charge him down. He's got a Marshal, right? He can't kill us all. Nats with that kind of, again, ahead of the curve that swing just at the end of the cage. Nobody else has got line of sight. Nobody else can comfortably swing and trade that. But I guess if it works, again, we talk about replicating the success, right? And how sustainable it is. Can we do that every round?
I mean, Gambit are also pushing the extremity, so let's see what we make. Victor's making a dash like, hold on, that's weird and I don't like it. I'm going to head somewhere else. I'm going to look towards A. You guys are making good progress. I'll come over here. Now, there is a big problem at the back of the side, but Ye's got the timing just right, but Ye spots another. Now, Defo has to respect it too, because Ye is on a tear right now. Seekers go down and they confirm. The site is ours. We're okay for now. Maybe that flank getting them a little bit worried after a while, after meeting 2 players pushing up C long, but we're in the post plant. As it stands, Envy in good positions.
An awful lot here to fight back in with on the side of Gambit, but the Empress will be popped. They flash through. Aaliyah to kind of layer that blind as well.
They're just feeling out these positions. They know one's graffiti, they know one's hell, but they can't break it down. This is such a strong crossfire until then. Shados and Defo hold on. A 1v2 not going to happen. Envy stamping their authority now, looking a little bit more comfortable with a slight lead.
2 rounds separate them, and Chronicle 13 and 8. He's having a really good start to Haven in this first half here, but Gambit going to be forced just Sheriffs to throw at this one, and SMG actually on the side of Shados and Chronicle. Orbital Strike available once again. Envy here definitely looking to convert this one, but these are the rounds where Gambit have been the most slippery, right? Where things have got the weirdest out of any of them, so see if Gambit try and pull something again.
They're walking sewer this time. Double stacked with pressure from Nats coming through on Garage. Hulk going to kind of force them around in towards this sort of peak. The Redgar's going to pick up. This is still really well choreographed. And keep in mind, the Chronicle is going to now get a little closer. Do they know the Chronicle is here? He looks a little damaged up, but Nats just got FNS and he's pushing their spawn. Nats is pushing in their spawn against someone with an AWP. You know what? Fair enough. 3 players now working around the back lines. Gambit have put a lot into this. And then on the other side, just one trying to hold it down. Ye seems all but too aware. Punishing Nats for this, knowing there's going to be another target, but where is he? What's he up to? It's a frenzy and it's making me uncomfortable. Brimmy's on the way. Chronicle's coming over with now a rifle in hand. So a little bit more threat to this, and Ye now knows 2 targets. Pressure comes in from... Ye! Get out of here! This guy is living up to that name. And now Ye again, now there's 2 players on the other side. Does he just see the pixel? Out of place, he's still holding the smoke. They come through at the same time! Beautiful. And it's a shutdown! Ye is the devil incarnate right now. You can't get past him.
But look how hard it is for Envy to actually close that round out. Gambit are pushing them to their absolute limit on the back of Sheriffs.
Yep.
And pushing mid, walking sewers. It's so weird, and at this point...
Okay.
Why did we get that one in the highlights? And actually, after Shadows did so well to find one on the way in, actually back through Garage, but I'm absolutely blown away by Gambit. It's so difficult for Envy to learn anything from these rounds, right? To get any sort of feel for, you know, the typical setup, and every round is different here. This literally looks like a pug. Gambit are literally just playing strat roulette.
Sometimes it works. That's the thing. It's just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. And Envy, as you said, they're trying to do their best to maintain it, but how do you adjust for this? We've seen Nats playing just about everyone on this map, be it B, be it Garage, be it A. He's been on C a couple of times. We've seen a couple of players just occasionally walking mid, the double stack sewer. There's so many weird looks that Gambit are like, we can try it. We're not meant to win this traditionally. Why not throw the book out the window and come back in with something completely unheard of? Space taken. Safe plant should be coming in. Redgar can't really deny that.
Spike planted.
And Marved sitting deep towards window.
Actually, the Lyra is perfect timing. It just makes Marv consider somebody's push in here. Crashes will find Shados elsewhere, but Marv now needs to find one of them, and it'll be Defo first. The second comes for free. Redgar will fall. Envy close out 8-4.
Okay, 8-4. It's a good half, but I'm telling you, some of those rounds were just twisted. So out of the ordinary, and you know what? We're a little blown away by it. I'm sure the desk is as well. Let's not waste time. Let's head down there. How are you guys doing? Because we're in pieces up here.
You love to see it. You love to see it. 8-4 for Envy. But Kukuka, they're not making it very easy for them, though, are they?
I mean, I have to say, I think Pansy was saying, we've seen a lot of changes in the setup, in the defensive side. But yeah, I mean, it's Gambit on Haven. We love to see it. Chronicle is having the day of his life. He was having it on the first map, and he's also having it on the second one. But, you know, Jay's on the other side, so yeah, I don't think this is going to change much.
I'm still a little disappointed at what we're seeing, to be honest, out of Gambit, right? Because, yeah, sure, we all expected, oh, they don't really have anything on Haven, blah, 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 but I still, you know, there should have been something more than what we saw from the games before. And
it's their permaban.
I think it's something you...
I get that, but this is their biggest
challenge.
challenge.
It's the grand finals.
Exactly,
right?
that's the point.
You know, if they know that they're not going to be the ones getting the ban, Envy banned out Breeze, you know that you're going to be playing on Haven.
They didn't know that. They didn't know that. So,
all right, well, they knew there was a chance, right? They knew that there was a pretty significant chance that they were going to be playing on Haven. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm disappointed in the same way that you are. I think that some of the things that Gambit have been doing have actually been great. The way that they have fearlessly pushed into things like Spawn, pushed Envy out of their comfort zone is awesome, but I do agree that it's not necessarily the most pre-planned way of playing.
I love to see it. I mean, you were talking about the pushes, and it was crazy because I think that they also mentioned the fact that they looked like it was a choreograph, like they actually mean to play it this way.
Yeah, I see all that for sure, because I'm wrapping it around my head. I'm like, oh, okay, if they just play something weird, then Envy's not, you know, all that type of thing. But the reality is, what they're doing right now is they're letting this man right here get hot. Right? On Bind, he was -1 in his first kills and first deaths, his ratio with that, right? That never happens for Ye. Now, that's going to change on its heels. He's going to be hot going to the next couple of maps, and that is a difference maker, I think, for the series.
Yeah, I'm completely with you there, Bala, but we are into the second half now. Pansy and Hypok, I hope you're feeling a little bit better.
I've embraced the madness now. Why not? We are knee deep in it at this point. We're at 8-4. Envy have stabilized. Those last 4 rounds for me were very key for them. If they was going this back and forth the whole way, I'd be worried. I think the elevation of Ye set them up so well, and as they say on the desk, confidence should now be brimming.
See what Gambit's response is on their attack. Straight away going to force at least one player, Victor, off of front of B, and that's his back towards Link. But look at the bodies coming through. What?
And Nats has caught the flank.
Of course he has.
To perfection. Now, there is a great trade, though. Crashy still does well to find that and cleanly. Keeps himself at 100 HP, but now receives a little parting gift of a tag there. Down to 54, and now the numbers are starting to look almost insurmountable as Marv presented a 1v3 Redgar on the long way around as well. And the crossfire, excuse me, Marv, that's one, and that's sharp. 58 HP, it still stands. One left, one right. Can't get Defo. Gambit, get round 1.
The Gambit just go all out here and just, I guess, do what they did on defense, just run it down.
Yes. Yes. Because
I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
If, as we, I think we highlight this before, if they play in a more traditional manner, they are nowhere near pound for pound up to Envy's caliber in this. You've got to do something so different. You have to play outside of the norms. You've got to push the boundaries and the limits and just try and do something. And that puts so little pressure on you as well, because you're a map to the good anyway. You've got so much more freedom to go, screw it, if we lose it, we were meant to anyway. If we win it, they could be in bits. So we go back in and the buy, well, nothing too surprising. Classics and just the Marshall. So there should be a run over. Bit of a 3-2 split towards the A side. There are players here, and there are right clicks. So Envy are quite good at those, so there it is. Okay. Defo's done well there on the site, and good progress, right?
Well, that's it. Spike down, Victor will go walkabout to a point. Yay, another Marshall, but damage done already. 48 HP left on him, will be flashed away. Gambit just foaming at the mouth, hunting him down here. Stayed off the ball, but go for the trade. 3 survived, 3 weapons carried across here. And with the way the first 2 rounds have gone, dare I say it, Gambit have got a good opportunity for another fast hit and make the most of these SMGs. See if there's any adjustment on the side of Envy, or any way that they want to try and address this, at least in the early round. So looking here, again, Gambit will stack up. Spike actually not committed this time around, unless Chronicle will retrieve it here, but...
And I think I'm just hesitant to believe, right? I go by stats, I go by what we know, and we live within those means, because it's a dream for a commentator, right? We sit here and we go, oh, but imagine it working, and it never does. It never does. Maybe Gambit can do something that would surprise us all. So early in the second half, though. Redgar going to be in problems now, but I want to actually commit to this too. Excuse me? Defo and Chinos find a Yace and a bit of a... It's not perfect, but it's a good enough trade. He's kept this round in check because that was about to fall away, but it's only 2. A 2v3 post-plant, 2 rifles recovered. Take flight. This is unthinkable, unimaginable.
Yeah, he's drifting towards long as well. There's a trap wire there, so they will know about this flank if it comes through. At least Nats is close enough to find, or hear the sound cue, but they will deal with it anyway. Nats in cubby now. He's got to dig him out.
He's not gonna. Nats, he's just off the leash. Gambit, how are you doing this? This is 8-7. I'm all aboard the crazy train now. Let's go. Let's go. Just, I've got my ticket. I'm there. Like,
we're here for the ride. we are absolute passengers here.
There's no way. And I imagine all the kind of, you know, the real kind of, I guess, thinking mans out there, the people who love poring over the more strategic elements and the considerations that come with this. This game is something that is so bizarre and out of the norm. I can't wait to hear all their thoughts. I'm sure Sean is losing his mind. Plat chat are in pieces. But, I mean, they like Gambit, so they should be 8. They've broken the money. This should be 8-8.
Should be. Yeah, you're going to make a play for the Blade Storm. He's only 1 away there, but will be dealt with. An opening creative. Victor, the next line of defense for Envy. Stuck in sewers here, and actually will go creeping forwards just ahead of Nats, but it's on the back of the Seekers being popped, and Nats will swing on the second. Crashies will fall. Defo in position to find their finesse.
We're in a simulation. It has to be. This is what Anders was talking about all those years. This isn't real life. This is something else. 8-8, clean.
That's the fastest 4 rounds of any half I think I've ever casted. Okay, that was absolutely ridiculous.
It's a Prime Gaming flawless. And it was just like, yep, enemy okay, down. Well, there's going to be him on long. Cool.
1 enemy remaining.
I'll just swing towards CT. Flawless. Yeah, got it. Got it.
Flawless. Just like the posture.
And you know this has got to be frustrating because you've come up with plans that have taken down the prior reigning champions. This was your key map and now you're being pushed by a Brimstone and some absolute madness.
And Redgar on Arena.
Redgar on Arena, but of course, and there he goes, just going to take control here. Ye's like, okay, here it comes. Op still in hand though, and Redgar's going to start working forward. He's got support here, he's not alone, but FNS, really good way to levy the pressure coming up. But a good trade again for Nats, but the players are in the right place. It's a 2v3. Shados is low. And Marv has been just so good backside. Put him under position. They're going to know where he is. There's now just one, but it is Chronicle. It's Crashies. We'll find it. Envy.
Stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they stopped the rot, right? Like, that's it. They've stopped the rot for now. Now, for Gambit, though, we saw how clean those rounds were, how quick those rounds were. So you know that the buy, the economy, it's not going to be too far away from them, I'm sure. But I want to keep looking at the likes of Ye. I want to keep my eyes on how he's performing here. Because it's going to be hard to predict an opposition who's super fluid, super just off, you know, maybe emotional calls, audio cues, whatever it is. They can kind of play this very fast and loose style, which can be hard to read into. And we saw him everywhere on the map before. So I want to see how his performance fares in that regard. But right now he's doing incredibly well. But Redgar, that mid swing, and Ye instantly challenged by Nats, but he outdoes him. That's the Ye you want to be seeing if you're an NV fan. Now a couple of tags do come through. The flash goes in. Redgar a little lower, but he's taken himself all towards B. FNS is backside. Comfy catch, and he'll take that every day of the week. As Gambit are hitting the pacey C piece, but they are down to 3 players. They need that plant, and Defo's got the op here, keep in mind. And he's going to switch up to it.
He's in a position potentially to find one over the top of this smoke. Well, yeah, she does spot. Yeah, we'll find it. Crashes will fall. Chronicle finds another as well.
Okay, good trade for Victor, but Shados was right there. 10 seconds for his next flash too. He'll have one to post it if they feel that pressure coming in. Seeker comes down, and they adjust towards long. It's been noted, though. They know what's going on here, and Shados just eats that. Defo finding Ye on the fallback for the defuse. It's coming in. They can't see it. FNS just holds it down, and there it is. Envy getting to double digits.
Again, it's such a weird conclusion. I mean, it's weird throughout that. Gambit are on C site when there's 1 minute 20 on the clock and somebody falls on B, and it's so hard to keep up with what is going on here. But Gambit's still trying to employ just, I guess that just trying to be slippery, right? Trying to keep Envy. They don't want to allow Envy to set up to greet them on any side, but also they're moving fast enough where actually they're completely negating the rotation factor here on Haven, which again leads heavily in their favor.
I agree. Go again, still a purchase found. Look at the buy on the way back.
Wait, is this a default from Gambit?
Nah. Nah. Nats will do something with that. No, it's looking defaulty. He's got 2 players hunting him down too. Keep in mind that Ye's in sewer, so if you see that in the kill feed, that's what's happened. But it is that
Redgar's on
Redgar's walked it. He just whoa, and Ye repeaks. He repeaks on that. Defo's just found Victor. I don't know what is going on. I truly don't know. This is great from Gambit, but it's so out there. And Marv now in a 1v5. He's going, yeah, he finds Shados, but now position noted. Everything's, tickety-boo. Spike gets collected. It's over towards A. That's safe with Nats. He's not going to let it slip as Chronicle kills him on the way out.
I don't know what Envy do here. Honestly, it's
how do you adjust?
It's so unorthodox.
Oh yeah,
from
call
Gambit.
a tactical timeout. I really want to figure out what to do because Redgar's just walking B.
He's him and Defo have literally, and again, it's the only time where they've not run it down towards Garage or Redgar has literally been running in, double leering into Garage like every single round. This round, Defo and Redgar literally. They walk from double doors like grass up mid into B. There isn't a single peek from Envy whatsoever. So they're almost sitting back and thinking, actually, if they're just going to keep running at us, guys, wait to know where it is. Play retake. Play connector, sit behind Garage, whatever it is. So Crashes is like, okay, cool, I'm sitting backside. And they've walked in, literally just walked in. Without a single member of Envy knowing anything.
And this is why I want to imagine being a fly on the wall to hear this conversation with Envy, because this is going to be very hard for them to adjust. They look pretty, in good spirits. I mean, it's a little bit of a crunch time because I think their buy is quite weak in this. I think they're coming in with like marshals, sheriffs. I don't know how deep they're going to buy into it, but it is going to be a lighter purchase. But it's the buy round off the back of it that's going to be the interesting one. And for me,
that's the breaker.
Exactly. And once again, that's when pressure starts to hit. We don't get to talk about pressure in these regards when it comes to Gambit because they're playing fast and loose. Anything here is a bonus, and just look at the run of these rounds.
Now we're stacked up. Now we're going to run it down onto C. Great anti-eco strat from Gambit, right?
Yeah.
FNS is there. He's got a classic, and Tommy's on hand, but that's about it.
They've stacked
Envy are about to get proactive on A as well. By the
Well,
way,
then maybe like,
so-
oh, we can maybe isolate Nats. We can maybe punish that solo player. Maybe get a rifle away. Take a bit of space. Probably not. And there it is. So you're going to hear instantly 2 pieces of utility invested. A thunderous amount of footsteps coming your way. There's that lid follow-up. Now, good bits of damage done on Root, but he's only got a classic. So the site is there. Spike can go down pretty much unscathed. There will be a challenge, but Shados just puts him to bed.
3 members left for Envy. Yeah, actually, Victor going through mid, considering potentially flanking, but Nats is already going to outflank the flank. Coming deep into spawn now, and it becomes that safety net if they get weird again, but Crashes will fall now. And all but see, Victor will find one, but solo HP now.
Enemy remaining.
This is the team that looked like so good against like Sentinels. Yay! Still looking good! Excuse me, Yay! Got his ult, but it is against big boy Nat, and Yay's gonna get that to halfway. You know it is. Now, Nat, what are you gonna do about this, though? Okay, that's the plan. Okay, forces him off, and the spam comes in. He goes right back out.
No way.
Yay! Yay! What can you do? The right click. Nat, he's just doing the dog.
What am I
He gets
watching?
the frag.
What am I watching? He's got the defuse, Lauren. Yay has just clutched that round.
That was what? Was that a 1v3 or 4?
That was 1v4.
Roll it back. Give me this. Okay, fair enough. You know, Defo's still fighting towards CT. The Chronicle?
Are you kidding me right now? What the hell was this? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yep. On the other side, they're just in pieces. You just absolutely fed a 1v4 in a grand final. Like, yeah, guess so. What? We go again.
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
What's next?
And Victor, top of sewer, and this is all in, pretty much. Yeah, the team's come down and confirmed it. There goes the ult as well. Defo's claimed yay, but Victor still stands. Now Crashes gets revealed here. Victor just sprays away because the Liz come out. Nats doubles down and it finds Victor. Spike goes in, they find Crashes. It's a clean side take. They answer back in kind. Oh yeah, well, we know that one of the players is quite good, but we're all doing pretty well right now. So try and do it again. 11 to 9 is going to be about to be 11 to 10. As these 2 players, they're keeping those rifles. They're backing away.
FNS and Marv want nothing to do with this at all.
It's just truly this wild animal. Gambit are playing completely untamed Valorant at the moment. We've seen, as I said, straight up takes towards C, this all-in A piece, those mad walk-up mids by Redgar. This is just no hold bar. This is all in. Cage triggered. I'm loving it. Let's go.
I mean, here again, after that round victory from MV, this will be an opportunity to reset the economy. They will actually find FNS as well, so everything removed from MV. Gambit, bring it within 1 round. What's next? Let's spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Which side do we hit?
They look so good at this.
They look so good at running at a site. Who'd have thought? From what we saw on Bind, we saw on their attack, right?
How many times do we ask for it?
Who'd have thought?
Just that little switch up of pace. Oh, imagine if they play a little bit like this once in a while.
They're still reading from the overtime memo, which is actually every
right.
overtime attack round, let's rush. Let's rush the site.
They've still got that version of the script. Someone get them something new. Like, oh, let them win a round so they can get a buy and then we'll absolutely destroy their economy again. That's a great plan. And a little bit of a default, but then Redgar's still walking up middle. They're still taking A long. And again, if they fill out this C stack, maybe Redgar's going to be able to punish these rotations so nastily if they keep working towards A. That is.
Smoke. So yeah, Redgar's going to be behind this as well. Yay,
He's
actually
here again.
creeping. Is he giving one? No, Defo's going to find him this time around. Crash is down to 7 HP from that early engagement. Flash comes through. They line up. Shados will find 2. It's just the 7 HP of Crashes remaining. And would you look at that? It's going to be 11-all. What?
Remember this moment. Remember this, because this is a one-off. It's a rarity. This is something that you play it 10 times over. I don't know what result you're going to get, but this is something so out of the ordinary that somehow Gambit have elevated themselves into a map that they just simply do not lean towards. They do not play that often. It is just not within that map pool. But right now we're at 11-11. Envy are stunned. They are stun locked here. They don't know what to do with this. The tactical timeout gave them nothing because once again Gambit just go, I'm going long. And Redgar has gone long. Now Victor tucked towards the corner and crashes by his side. Chronicle going to be the one to show. Okay, both now noted. Victor does have both his flashes and seekers ready on this corner. Now he waits. First challenge, Redgar loses it. And now Crashies has to fall off this. There is a lean from Ye. He's come on over to try and help him out a little bit here because there's pressure, but they haven't only committed. Defo!
Oh
Where's this man been the entire time? Defo is looking real nasty right now. Crashies pushes up, tries to get something back. It's only a 1-for-1 trade, it ain't enough. Look at Nats on the flank. It's all perfect. This is going to be 12 on the board. F&S. What can you do? Nothing! 12 for Gambit! Welcome to the absolute upside-down world of what we're seeing in this grand final. There was never a moment anyone would have said, yeah, Gambit, love a bit of this map. Big one for him. No way, compared to Envy?
This is literally choreographed chaos, like down to a T. I mean, what do you do against this? Even where like the first 10 seconds or so there, Gambit are still stacked up, right? But they're able then to dictate the pace of that execution. They get a slight overstep from Victor, and right there they punish immediately.
Look at the final buy they're coming in with here, potentially on map 2. We go again, and Gambit just roll in towards C. It's theirs as well. Completely clean. Execution doesn't look bad, but ain't no one to challenge it. It's all down to a retake. The purchase, a little light for F&S, but he's got his ult. Victor got his ult. Crashies ult. They've got so much to play with here.
So many components here. The lockdown going to be the first one. Defo nearly catches it. Actually, we'll find what? Crashies has fallen!
How has this happened? And now Redgar pushes CT! F&S and Ye are just out of their minds with no idea what to do. F&S fights back with Ye. It's a 2v3, but numbers still so favorable. How do they find that final hurdle? How do they get even on the spike? Ye did the unimaginable before, but it's going to be F&S to find Shados trade for Nats, and now it's just down to F&S in a 1v2. Nats claims it, and Gambit walk away winning the map. That was absolute, unadulterated chaos between those two, and they thrived in it.
I mean, I've never seen a team just embrace chaos like that. And they made it look so comfortable as well, Lauren. Even in the rounds where they're trading back and forth with Envy, it's like Envy are unable to recover from some of those really advantageous positions in the early round. They find a first blood, they find a second, they trade 2 for 1 on certain site hits and still lose out.
And Ye had a good game. He almost dropped a 30 in that. It wasn't like he was having an off performance or anything weird. Like,
yeah, he had a great game. Redgar had 10 first bloods. Redgar just had 10 first bloods on that Reyna.
He just walked in. I don't know how Redgar got away with getting in towards those sites with a gigantic pair of balls he's dragging with him. Just walking in. He did not care. And like Chronicle on the start as well. Nats on those lurks, like ratting around.
Spike down.
NA, how you feel? Like this is... This has got me some way.
The first confirmed Nat smirk.
We've seen it. The man is just like ice cold normally. There's never even a smile, but there it was. It takes this to come out. It takes this mad haven to come out.
It really says something. When we see Gambit, literally, again, throw, whether or not Ye clutches up, and then it's laughing off. They're like, guys, we've got them exactly where we want them. We have them exactly where we want them to be here on Haven. And they're able to push it through. I mean, it's just insane what we've just witnessed.
Yep. I could watch this back and I still wouldn't get my head around it.
I want to see every VOD review ever on this map.
I wait for someone to try and make complete logical guesses during any time you watch this, because this is Gambit elevating beyond any expectation. We saw this map pool initially and we're like, map 1's really dicey if it goes the wrong way, because look at what's next.
Well, I was theorizing, right? Even if this goes 1-1, right? Then it's like, okay, Gambit got a best of 3, which actually, you look at that best of 3 and you think, probably take that, right?
Yep.
I mean, at least that's their best chance. Now we're in a scenario where Bind and Haven have gone in their favor already. I'm absolutely blown away by that.
Same. We're going to take a moment. I need some fresh air. I need something other than what I just saw because I still can't compute it. We're going to head to a short break. When we're back, the desk is going to take you through whatever they've made of that. Good luck. And we'll be back right into game as well.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Berlin, where Gambit have taken a haven. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Kakuka, Bala, Gio, and that beautiful trophy that our teams are fighting for. Now, I'm going to put you two on the spot here, because at halftime, you were disappointed with the lack of things that Gambit will bring. Bala, are you still disappointed with the way they play their attack side?
Really? Right off the bat, you're coming at me?
Yeah. I'm coming at you.
Look, I honestly don't, like, yes, I was disappointed. After the map select, maybe I was just still tilted after seeing the agent select a little bit at halftime, because the second half changed it completely for me, right? Like, the idea I was rolling around with my head in was, maybe, you know, if they do something kind of like random, it's not really meta, it's not anything, they really don't play against the Brimstone, maybe you'll have Envy underestimate it. And I think that rolled over to me. Because that was completely not what I expected in the second half. I didn't really think of the possibilities of what Red Card could do, for example, in the arena.
Yeah, I just want to point out, I didn't say I was disappointed, so you're on your own with that one. But no, I was very impressed with what happened in that second half, especially when, you know, you look at Gambit's most recent performances on Haven. It usually is the defense that they do better on, as kind of per their MO. This time, it really felt like they shone on that attack.
I mean, I wouldn't say the statistics work for anything here, but when we're talking about Gambit on Haven, it's always like, you know, there's no pressure because they do not expect to win this map ever. So it's literally like playing ranked with your 4 best friends and just keep on going. And the fact that we saw Redgar using the dismiss, he's learned from.
He has.
It's amazing.
He did say that when he first played Reyna on Haven last time, that it was the only time that he's ever even played this agent, really. But I love what you pointed out. And Bala, you wanted to add something there?
Yeah, I just want to say, hey, they were 2-0 before, now they're 3-0. Maybe we should look at statistics from now on when we talk about Gambit and
Unbeaten. Redgar's Reyna and Jet,
final
100% win rate on Redgar.
Thing, basically, if you want to play Reyna well, just walk into B, because that seems to be what he's doing here. Just walk all the way up mid and just like do your thing, and you're fine.
I have one stat real quick: +7 for first kills, first deaths, and he was also +7 against Victor. He was farming Victor that entire time, and Victor really struggled on that map the entire time.
But I gotta say though, the one player that did really show up for Envy, as always, is Ye, and he is here for the Verizon's high speed moment of the match. This was disgusting. Like this on an eco, Bala, this is just, only Ye I feel like can pull this off.
Yeah, he has a Marshall. You never count him out. This is ridiculous. And then the final 1v1 too, like, I don't know how he won that too, because I felt like Nats played that to perfection. He just ended up missing the shots. Like, it was ridiculous.
I mean, as weird as it sounds, Nats can also miss some shots, but do you guys remember that they would have won even earlier if they wouldn't have trolled this round?
What do you mean this round?
I mean in specific, okay? The catwalk in front of Ye with the Marshall. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, for the first map even, we were like, we saw everything, you know, anything that could have happened. It was a great map. We were spoiled. I feel like a similar vibe here, but for very, very different reasons. I'm sure Sean is very, very excited to break some of that down. He's standing by. What did you make of that, Sean?
Exciting is an interesting word, Yinsu. But yeah, I have 2 rounds, actually the ones right after that Ye Eco clutch. This is Gambit completely switching the pace. They're going straight into A hits, and boy, oh boy, did it work. This is what sealed the deal in my eyes. So let's go over what's going on right at the start of the round. So we're going to see Nats throw a cage over here at long, and from the cage, you can see Redgar on the Reyna, do a Leer outside, and Crashies actually has an arrow that's going to hit the ceiling right there. So playing the clip, you can see, there we go, and you can see there's so much utility thrown at the start. That is Victor's guiding light to give Envy info. There are people inside A main. We have the arrow hitting the ceiling. In addition to that, there's a Trailblazer going to clear out short A. There's so much going on. Nats has the camera for short A, so everything is centered around this A hit, and they're looking to explode on this site really quick. So fast forwarding the round a bit here, you can see Defo is going to get long control, and he is the man I need to watch here, because he is the person that took Ye out of the game in these late rounds. He was the only player to have success doing so. So we have the Seekers pop by the sky on attack, and watch how good the spacing is when these Seekers come. You can see the players are following them. They're capitalizing on this info. Victor is absolutely trapped in this corner. There's a guiding light coming right next to the Seeker. There's just not any any good solutions right now for Victor in this corner. And you can see, meanwhile, over here at long, we have Defo, Redgar working up. Defo was on this box over here at long, which is how he found this frag on Ye. And this is important because he plays off of this in round 23. So let's play through the clip, and you can see the A site is lost so quick. These 20-second brimstone smokes in spawn in heaven with 1 to refresh. There's just no shot for Envy to retake this site, and they know that. They try to set up this save over at the C site, but knowing this is deep in the match with enough credits to last the rest of the match, Gambit opts to hunt both of these players down. And this is such a big decision coming out of Gambit. They end up finding both of the frags, and that brings us into a situation where Envy is in a must-win round in round 23, which is right here. And again, you see the Trailblazer coming to clear short A, and the same setup, right? The caged across long. We have Redgar coming through in the corner. But look at what's a little different here. We have the Jet holding the short A peak just in case Ye were to peek into this. And in addition to that, Nats is going to be on this monster lurk, which actually isn't even necessary because the A hit is so solid coming out of Gambit. So these 4 players are going to take long control as Nats lurks front B, and watch the spacing again. They progress up, and Redgar is wide on this side, and these 2 players both playing anti-flash on the right wall, the Brimstone holding the flank. All of the T's are crossed, all of the I's are dotted. Redgar wins the fight onto Victor, and immediately Defo updrafts. It's a fake updraft though, which has Ye. We saw it on the mainstream. He ends up holding this peak. Unfortunately for him, Defo completely outplays him and picks him from the ground. And that's when the hit happens even faster than before. You can see they're rolling off of that pick. Both the Brimstone smokes go down, the guiding lights come in, and look where Nats is. Even if this take wasn't clean, he's cleaning up the round. And it just goes to show how well prepared Gambit came into this match. It's not even a map they play, and they still completely dominated Envy on their attack half. And I don't think this is gonna stop, guys. I'm scared for Envy. I'm ready to go back home. Back to you guys on the desk.
That is not the attitude, Sean. This is the best of 5. We have 3 maps left. You know, anything can happen right now. But I will say, we spoke about Envy as a team in this tournament that hasn't dropped a single map. They haven't even had to play from 1 map down. But now, Gio, they've got to play from 2 maps down. How do you feel about this?
It's an interesting one because I think Envy is certainly the sort of team who would be able to build themselves back up because they've been doing well. My concern is that there's too much pressure on Ye. It's almost like the F4Q bunny situation where if Ye's not doing those things, are the rest of the team going to follow up with?
I think that's what Sean and I were talking about earlier on the pre-show where we're saying, hey, they haven't been challenged yet. Now they've been challenged and they're 2 maps down. And we just really don't know what's going to come out. We've expected in the past, like for example, in the very first game, it was like, oh, they challenged a little bit on Icebox. But the reality is, back in NA, if they do get challenged, they start to crumble.
And let's see if they're ready actually to take the challenge, because it's literally this map, this split, or they'll go home. I mean, without losing a map until now, but losing 3-0. Still, we need to see what happens with this, because Gambit has played this split on 2 occasions, and I believe that they've lost the 2 of them against 100 Thieves and Vision Strikers. And for Envy, we saw them pretty strong against Sentinels, actually copying the composition that Gambit uses on this map.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to come back into this game, Bala, this is where they would come back given their track record so far.
Yeah, and I think that it's a possibility. I'm just really curious about one little change in their comp, which could be FNS's and how he, you know, what agent he selects, because they went double Sentinel when they played against 100 Thieves, and I'm not sure if that'll cut it against the comp of Gambit.
Yeah, we are into the Prime Gaming agent select now. Gia, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, you know, FNS hovering over the Viper, but Crashies has already locked it in.
Yeah, Crashies is in there with the Viper, and we have FNS on the Cypher, Kakuka.
I actually really like it. I mean, I think it's the right play here. What I need to see is Victor back in the game. He needs to work hand-to-hand with Jay.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a complete mirror matchup here. Yeah. Bala, you know, Sean, he said he's ready to go home. How about you? How are you feeling for this?
No. Come on, like bring it to 5 maps. Bring it to 5 maps. That's at least the bare minimum I want. I want this definitely to go to Envy. But Gambit has been impressive, and no matter what, we've definitely been in for a treat. Every single match so far has been so much fun to watch.
Well, Envy, they have to win here if they want to stay in this grand finals and prevent a 3-0. Over to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Isn't this just the question? How bad does Envy want this now? They've just been upset on the map that was meant to be theirs all day long. Most people in the world would have said, right, map 2, solid. Map 1, that's why we're all ready for map 1 to be the slugfest that it was. OTs are plenty. But now map 3, we're back in the more normal realm, but a more even affair here.
This, for me, is the last question mark in this map veto, right? Split is difficult to place. I mean, especially with that previous map performance. You got to take into account that there's a momentum element. We're in already.
Momentum isn't really stopping because look at what Gambit are doing. They're just stacking up mad trades as Nats doubles down on the frags. Crashes and Yay purely punished as FNS is putting a 1v3. This is map 1. He's read it correctly. He'll be at least in the right place. We need some heroics from this man. Still utility put down. Not going to be lazy about it, but he's been noted, he's been seen, he's been caught. And Gambit carry on as they left off. Map 1 is in the books. Round 1 and map 2 actually at that note.
Map 3, round 1. We were there, we were
Yeah,
in there somewhere, but again,
oh god, Nats, what the hell?
This will be a real indicator, right? Because again, we can talk about Haven being an anomaly and actually being very, very uncharacteristic. I can't even get my words out now, but
look, map 2's just done us in.
we come to Split here, and again, a very, very quick start for Gambit. Now, do they maintain that pace? So, arguably, they're more questionable half on any map on the attack. See how that pans out. This time, a lot slower, but Shadow's going to set up with a flash here, and actually, Envy walking this.
Nothing received off the back of it, and now actually they have to fall away, and they can't. Shados is going to punish, and of course, Yay is still going to find some work with the Marshal. Just seems like a constant thing. You're never going to have a round like this without him doing some impact. But Gambit just death falling around. This is so uncharacteristic of them. This is them playing, again, a very unique manner that not many of us are used to, and I'm sure Envy feels somewhat the same. Good flash, though. Going to set them up. Pushes them deeper. Shados again going to claim another 2. Victor and FNS make it almost all of them. Yay's now fallen, and just Marv to find. He's going to probably walk into Chronicle here. There's Marv down to 22 already. Lovely shot. Extremely sharp from Marv, but 3 more. Still utility. Still the angle for Shados. I mean, I don't think Marv has many options now.
No, potential just here to try and come back through mid, or at least sit in bottom mid here and try and find something. It's looking like it'll be 3 to survive on the side of Gambit. We'll see Shados falling off this. The Seeker's online already on the back of that 4K. Marv will just give this up again. We want to just die to the spike. We want to hold on to this. The full purchase through in the next one, and Gambit find the second. Now, again, usually I'd say expect here Gambit to hold a little bit, but with what we've seen, potential here to try and convert these SMGs and get themselves off with a flawless start, actually, on Split. If they can get this bonus again, which I don't even want to talk about bonuses from the previous maps, but this one will be big.
And again, I really want to make sure you guys at home know this. If you haven't watched Gambit that much, if you don't know these guys, they are normally methodical, slow, clinical players, similar to Na'Vi. You know, that CIS look to it that is so characterized by how they approach this. But this has been a complete flip of expectation. Defo going to be the first one forward. Yay's on the side, good angle to play with. I don't know how they're going to get around this. It's maybe the Seekers and Defo just ignoring him right now. No one can close that gap. Marv keeps him at arm's length. Finally one gets close, and that still stands. There was 2 players found, 3 stay alive with the rifle.
Yeah, a formality. Gambit just trying to get something done there. Unable to. Actually, Seekers invested. I thought there was a chance they were able to isolate that on side, but I think Defo desperately trying to close the gap, get towards elbow, get towards screen, add a little more pressure, right? And I think it's actually eventually Marv that counter swings through that smoke, but come back in. We'll force 2 repurchases on the side of Envy and Gambit. We'll have rifles across the board.
This is the big one now. Envy need this on the board. I can't stress it enough. The mental game coming into this, get that rifle under your belt. Get that first big buy away from Gambit, or the confidence will just continue to boom. Now, the problem is, though, if you're Envy, you now have to invest utility early. You have to be ready for those early, weird, aggressive, stacked-up pushes. But if it is more of a default, more standard approach, that could be something different. However, Already you can see the investigation from Gambit leaning towards A. They do have a little bit of step towards ramp. 2 players working their way up. And the exchange comes from middle. Looks like Envy wants back a little bit of the territory here. Good shot from Defo, but well shut down by Crashies. Mid is now theirs. Now Gambit have continued to make progress though on this side. We saw that earlier.
Able to counterbalance this perfectly. Now Nats will go hunting towards ropes. Crashy's got to be aware if any absolutely is.
Yeah, he's locked on. It just felt like he knew that the entire time. And obviously just good consideration, but removing Marved actually opens up the site, so the spike can now come across. Chronicle just going to make sure that no one's going to springboard quickly through those vents, and no one was, so Redguard can get a plant. Now, planting open for Heaven. That's where we see, obviously, his compadre sending up towards it. And now the retake's going to take some time to get around here.
And this becomes problematic, actually, because there's only one member of Envy, and it's FNS, to potentially break this apart for Gambit, because he still has 2 snake bites, Chronicle. When he finds this kill, they can run the clock down, rely on this utility. Rest of Envy going to address that, though.
Yeah, the timing's great here. Chronicle can't get it. Crashies finds him. Now, timing is of the essence, and Redguard's got a dirty angle to play with! Oh, I thought the second was going to come through, but no, Victor holds his nerve. And that is exactly what Envy needed. It's not clean, it's not pretty, but it will be job done. Second on the board for Envy now.
They're going to have that Blaze Storm line. Crashes as well with the Viper's Pit, so good situation to be in, actually, here, considering it's all tied up. And again, think back to the Seekers being invested. I think Nats has now got his Neural Theft online, but that's where I think they're potentially struggling. Throw a couple of SMGs in here. Actually, Redguard and Chronicle one away from theirs as well. Rifles across again. No opportunity to kind of build up Ye's bankroll at all towards that operator. Which again is kind of key for Gambit as well. And once Ye gets rolling with it, just going to rotate around again. Gambit though going to challenge mid, and lots of utility investment.
Look at the base. Crashies in so much trouble, but the control is sublime. Oh, Crashies! That is absolutely incredible work. After all that pressure, still comes out the victor as they tried to close the gap. Crashies is having a great round. He is truly going to be rewarded for this, as now Nats is the only one alive. They did invest a little behind it. It wasn't huge for Gambit. It's more the approach that they came with. It was purely to put pressure towards Heaven and then see the rest of them swing in. He's going to get one before Stand, and Crashies purely an MVP that round.
Well, actually, the utility is perfect from Gambit, right? It's actually 2 or 3 in quick succession to tie him up. Still finds that Defo desperate to get in here. You can see just how desperate he was. The second comes to Red Guy again, desperate for the trade. Again, Gambit now back on rifles. 2 ultimates I talked about will be online now, with everyone dying out. See here is, again, Gambit set up a little weird. It's 2 on either side, almost in anticipation of a bit of aggression, but Marv will find Defo on the back of that Cosmic Divide going up.
Oh, Shados has to respect it too. He looked like he wanted to maybe try and consider a trade or a little bit of impact. But what we're looking at is an open site. FNS, I think, just got the alarm bell ringing. Yeah, he just gets absolutely swung on by Nat. FNS backline, good for 1. The second not going to happen for him. Chronicle on the trade out. Oh, comes up. And now the spike should be able to be planted. Seekers not quite up yet for Victor. Can't quite clear out, but he can get the heal going for himself as well. Trying to get everyone back situated if required. He's going to lead the way. Double flash can be back up in 4 seconds, so he'll have a second to work with if he wants to lead this in his 3v3 post-plant.
And Nats and Chronicle are getting healed up as well now. That's huge. Shados will maintain B main control, but Marv finds Nats.
Okay, the flash to the back of the site just to double check. I'm really happy to see that. Chronicle, what can you do with this? So there's the divide coming in. He's down to be on an island. Gets a fade away on Victor. Pops down to utility. Shados has gone close though. He's closed the gap already. Fighting Crashies. Now the 1v1. Shados is working with so little information. It's all that! Shados! What a moment to come alive for the side. As Gambit right back into things. Envy looked like they'd had the answers for the last couple of rounds.
Again, I love that. Even Nat's falling there. It's just to gather a little bit of information with Shados playing so deep in B main. The Viper's Pit buys up so much time. It's the perfect way for this to play out. And again, actually, the Cosmic Divide, I got to say it, with it coming down to a 1v1, almost becomes a benefit for Shados, right? Yes. It gives him a pocket to play in. It's another safety net for him. And again, it comes down to an awkward 1v1, but he wins it out.
And that was a Red Bull clutch coming through for them too to get it all tied back up 3-3. But again, I want to talk about that mental game because Envy, I want to keep my eyes on you. I want to see how well you do to bounce back again. All these kind of things thrown into your face. But Defo, gonna take a lot of space.
Got your trail.
There's those Seekers being built up, coming on through. Yay, push way deeper. Redgar?
What?
You're gonna that and beat Yay? All right, all right. I don't understand what is going on. Crashes with a huge denial. Now he focuses towards the other side, but outdone a little by Defo on the timing there. The Seeker's going to confirm so much attendance, but what a weird round. 3v3, let's take stock of things. Spike is heading back towards B. Who's over on this side? An interesting position for FNS. 2 through Heaven, but the real challenge will be coming through Spawn. He's got to keep his nerve here. They seem aware of the possibility. Marv's en route. Now we wait for the cross. Does FNS get what he needs? Oh, the timing. Good read. Sees the barrel. He knows he's in trouble. And actually, Redgar's outdone him as well. I don't understand it. Victor does so well to trade back in to bring this into a 1v2. Redgar's HP is a problem. It's 47, and Victor's eyes are trained on that.
That's a beautiful setup there as well. Victor and Marv in really complementary angles to peek as soon as that contact comes through. Crashies. Again, he got double challenged by Nats and Chronicle there, and unfortunately, just for a split second line up behind that poison orb. Again, so much pressure built by that split coming through. Again, the Seekers in response from Victor as well made things a little easier for them, but at least it's... I mean, the flash was perfect. Unfortunately, Crashies, I think, just peeked slightly ahead of it. Defo's not caught blind by it. But here, Gambit. Pistols, SMG, and the Blade Storm, actually. It's going to be another fast piece.
Yeah. But to be fair, Envy have done quite well at maintaining this, even with some of the aggression. We saw that little piece coming out towards Heaven last time, but this is a lot of work just thrown down towards FNS. He's going to have to just play his life here, try and maybe stay alive a little longer for support, which is now here. So maybe not so worried. He's got players by his back. Spike does get denied. Good pick up there for Marv, who can fade away towards CT. None of these threats until Defo's done that have come into fruition. And now I'm getting a little nervous. 38 HP. He's just going to put his body on the line and he loses it. Nats with a rifle. 61 in a dream in a 1v3. HP is low for SNS, but now he knows. Now they know everything, and Marv was by his side. Envy. These are scary rounds, man, but they are controlling them, and they need this to get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. More confidence building off the back of them.
Yeah, I talked about map 1 and Envy being able to, you know, slow things down and dictate the pace in a lot of rounds, but here Gambit, again, leaning heavily on the successes from Haven, I guess, just trying to kind of commit to these. And again, talk about the composition on Haven with that Brimstone. Again, the smokes are very different to some of the other controllers. They're all in pieces, right? They're committed pieces. Once the smokes are in, there's nothing else. There's no cooldown to find something else to rely on. And Gambit leaning on that a little bit, at least in a couple of these eco and actually in one of the buy rounds as well. Do we see Gambit slow things down now? Again, with that operator online, I almost expect it. They've got to now anticipate Ye's going to be drifting back and forth, and whether or not Envy then actually counter that with some set pieces to maybe enable Ye to find these first bloods.
Options are there. I still feel like Gambit just have so much freedom to play with here because they're so... with so many maps in the pocket, they get to just kind of... Oh, maybe we try something a bit riskier here. We can go for this, we can go for that. Whereas Envy, you know, it's tournament life on the line. This is grand finals on the line.
There's big mental weight on this for Envy. And again, almost more pressure to kind of tame the beast once again.
But as close as these rounds have been, they have been rifle rounds they've been winning. They've been keeping it clean enough to convert. This has been a substantially better look for Envy. This is potentially the gateway back in. The doorway is now open. They just have to walk through it. This is, again, going to be a tough round to control. The light armor, though, and the kind of small takeaways that they can't get online are going to be a bit of an issue for Gambit, as their economy is a little rough around the edges. And yay, he's walking it. Yeah, big man's on it, but it's a big trade. Redgar still not going to let him get momentum off the back, or at least fall away. Going to punish that pick and now get it to a 4v4.
In opposite numbers, though, and Nats will find Crashies. We'll bring the Viper's bit away. Marv actually wise to the fact he could have crept up behind it. Again, we'll confirm that there's nothing else towards A main. Victor. Again, maybe considering pushing through there, but Gambit now will reset. Again, if they can isolate Marv, he's not full HP either. This will be A site wide open.
It's a hard position to clear, though.
Not so hard.
I mean, I feel like Shados didn't even really think there was a player there. He was like, I'll kill you anyway. And now the spike's en route, and as yes, Marv was a little bit deeper in there, so could have maybe bought time for rotations if he'd found that first pick, but that's not the case. Now the rest of them, which is FNS and Victor, have very little step towards this site. So again, some of these picks are going to be incredibly hard to work out. FNS looking through screens as Victor working his way back through spawn. Chronicle waiting, and he's happy to greet him. So FNS takes that first step. Very tentative on approach, but this is going to be potentially hard. That definitely will be. Because now they know where he is. And the spike is planted very nicely for Gambit. This looks like a bit of a sewn-up round. FNS does find Shados. But Gambit find another to get on the board. This is now getting closer.
That's brilliant there. Red Guard, you see, again, once the smoke pops on screens, they immediately divert their attention back towards that flank, which is why Chronicle is absolutely posted for that to happen. Again, the trade, this is the thing, does Ye start, pushing a little deeper, getting a little more risky, and how well can Gambit control that? Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard.
Snapped on him.
I do want to think about Ye as well in this, because it's hard to put yourself as that, well, I'll just try and make a play happen. I'm going to put my life on the line here, because if I mess up, that's an op gone, that's going to be maybe something recovered, that's a lot of early impact, so it's very hard to give yourself that, especially when you're 2 maps down. So for now, say Ye sitting not necessarily deeper, he is still towards, Melroom. He's not that far off it, just not going walkabouts. He's not pushing those extremities as much, playing a little bit more dedicated towards middle. And the bite, rough on either side. Nat still with the Spectre, and then Victor something similar in a Bulldog for FNS. So no one's economy in the perfect place, but Nat's, I mean, he's just been walking this way the entire time.
Crash is going to be up on rafters here. Again, it's another double stack. They're going to swing this together. Actually, the flash perfect for Heaven as well. Look at this. It's just absolute precision on the side of Gamma. Actually, will find the first. Nats will fall.
You are divided.
The Cosmic Divide in response, actually, from Redgar.
I think they just noted as well with the dog that there was a player lurking around the backside of B. Now that's where the spike actually is. So this could be a really good late game piece of information that was just claimed by Victor. That's why they haven't hit rotations. That's why they haven't leant over towards A after that contact.
30 seconds left.
So that one bit of info filtering through has made a big difference here. Flash confirms it. Now they know the intention. They can get the players in the right place. They're going to lean Ye over here. FNS now sees it. He knows what's coming his way as well. Victor has to play close on sight. Ye feeling that fire starting to burn. Flash comes in. It's a good flash too. FNS will lap it up. 2 big kills with Victor to follow. Leaving Depo, who was on that flank. Wait, excuse me, 7 seconds though. Time. Surely not. It's a 1v3. There's no way he's going to be given even any more opportunities. He's done what he can. He made a bit of impact. But the round is all but over.
Can Envy hold the line? Again, the timing on that flash crucial, because Gambit leaning back towards one of those late round hits. Again, all Envy need is an indicator, with no other presence shown on the rest of the map, other than this initial push towards Heaven. It's all the way over on A though, so great timing on that. And Envy, like you said, able to adjust accordingly. That pulls Ye down from Heaven. He knows there's probably no pressure coming through from mid because he's been there the entire round. But now back down on Scrap. Shados with Spectre. A couple of pistol upgrades, but that's about it.
Yeah, it looks one-dimensional is the wrong word, but it looks very direct in approach. But Nat's just beat Victor. Marv is now getting traded out on. It's not looking so clean. This is looking so messy. And now we're going to have the Seekers go out so they know how much time they have to maybe get this spike plant, get into trickier post-plant positions. And now from Heaven, 2 come through. Ye and FNS. There it is. Catches him on the way out. That's massive. But the flank. Look at the likes of Shados. Now, when does he pull the trigger? It's now. He gets presented the perfect opportunity as FNS put in a dire scenario. Gambit do it again. They do the unthinkable. A thrifty round. They came in with odds and ends, and they punished every opportunity they could find. This game, I thought this was going to be Envy's. I saw a little bit of momentum, a little bit of maybe confidence starting to build up, and Gambit are right back in there, breaking them down.
I mean, Gambit just kind of thriving in these really, really kind of disorganized kind of pushes through that. Again, I'm not entirely sure how that initial exchange went. I didn't know if Victor had a rifle, but he lost to the frenzy of Nats. And at that point, it's like, stack up, death ball, we play trades. And it comes down perfectly. It goes to a 2v2.
We need Ye here, and Ye's gone. I know. Nats is going to walk his way through. Gambit are just plowing their way in towards the site. And they've got everything set up for this. It's everything they wanted as well. A couple of players are up towards ramp though, but Chronicle seems all but too aware. Spots the first on the way back through, expects the second. He can't control it well enough towards Crashies, but it's only going to be Crashies for a split second. And we're back at 6-6. Gambit just, again, find that next gear to go to. Who are they?
The crazy thing is, every time they find this first blood, look for it, straight away it goes to the buddy system, right? And all they're doing is just desperately trying to trade.
It's 6-6. Analysts.
Tell us something.
Yeah, please, because I don't know where this is going. It could not be closer on the half.
No, it could not. The scoreline says 6-6, but Kakuka, do you feel like that was a 6-6 half? Because Envy, they had a good momentum going into it.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like when we're having a matchup and most of the kills end up with a refrag and with a trade, I feel like it means that both teams are 100% onto the game. That's what most rounds were about, and especially this last round where Gambit just wants to change the whole pace and the whole tempo and just crush onto sides, bringing the chaos, as Pansy and Hypok were saying. We get a 6-6.
Yeah, but I think the thing that's missing too is the fact that the clutches are going in Gambit's ways, right? Shados in that one, the one with the Astral Wall, and then round 11 as well, where they have that weird situation where it's a 2 versus 3 and there's a flanking coming from Shados. It's a perfect timing situations that Gambit is really playing well with.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the things that have impressed me about Gambit is, for example, actually we saw it on round 9. You know, Envy, they're bringing this double controller composition, which is allowing them to place these Viper's walls in mid and use their Astra Stars elsewhere on the sites themselves, and yet it's just not deterring Gambit from pushing forward. They want to push into the B side, or in round number 9, where they use their Viper's wall over on A as well as a Viper's pit, and Nats' positioning over there was so perfect to bring Crashies down and give them that opening they needed. So they're ignoring the fact that there's all this controller utility which would be enough to stop other teams.
To be fair, I expected this to be, you know, stronger by Gambit because they chose to pick this split over Icebox. They decided to leave that for the 5th map. So I was kind of expecting that it was going to be like peeking Breeze against G2. And you know, I'm kind of cold, but I'm still hoping for the defense.
I mean, we spoke about how Envy need to do to get back into this when they're behind Bala. What do you think the answer is to that question?
Yeah, I think they need to lean on Ye even more on this attack side when it comes to it. I want to see him pushing that A side with FNS using his Viper Wall and his smoke to take control of A ramp and just continuously go at that. Try to get those lurks working. Otherwise, this is going to be rough.
Well, it is 6-6. Nothing separates these two sides. Pansy and Hypok. It is kind of impossible to call this one.
It is, but there is now just potentially one more half. It's do or die time for Envy. This is what all those, you know, hours, weeks, months of work that have been poured into lead up to this moment. You have to come in with everything you've got. Otherwise, Gambit walk away the victors. This is how much you've got to prove to us, Envy. How bad do you want it? Because Gambit are in touching distance now.
Envy will stack up. Everybody committed right now. That's it. Gravity well.
Good start.
She will get countered. Ye will find an opener here, and Chronicle will have to give this up.
I love this
deeply.
deeper
Coming
lane.
through though, but they're going to be aggressive.
Yeah, I like that. I like that Ye was willing to put himself on the line a little here, try and get a little bit more information, control that deeper CT side. And there's 3 of them stacked on this. Ye loses the first fight. Defo now, this isn't as clean as I wanted. This is 2 players now trying to deal with 1. Where's the rest of this hit? Nats just got marved. FNS, Victor, and Crashies, what's going on here? Victor, back inside, big flash. Oh, he walks into Nats, and Shados is there. And now a 1v2, and the spike gets tapped. They know they're going to be sitting this now. Crashies has to close that gap. It's gone halfway. Nats sees him. Defo gets off the spike. Crashies on the jump peak. He's going to fall his way around. Defo has to hold his breath and try and wait it out. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's down to the wire, but Defo's going to get it defused. And, Envy have got to be in shambles. Gambit take the first step. After what I thought was a great start, I liked that CT pressure, but it went to pieces.
But the problem being now, with a round like that, it knocks the wind out of Envy. They tried to get right back in the driving seat, and it's completely picked apart by Gambit. Again, just look at how effective Gambit are when they stack up and play these trades. Defo there. Again, not an awful lot to do. 17 HP, he has to come through and challenge. He knows the half diffuser's come through already. Really awkward scenario. Once again, Envy will stack up. Only has 3 this time. Looks like A is the intention initially.
It's Chronicle towards the top side of Ram, just going through the motions, very similar to before. Redguard trying to get a punish. Crash, he's taking a lot of damage, and actually Chronicle's going to close that gap.
Beautiful.
Nicely isolated, going to just soften them up on the cross. FNS now down to about half HP. This is clean, very clean work here from Gambit. You see that synergy, you see the utility work between the two. As the last piece of what was left of Envy is working towards middle. Marv now. Possible scenario given. And yes, Nats will be waiting on the other side. And the spray, he knows that there's a player so close by, and peekaboo. It's going to be a clean second round here for Gambit.
4 will survive. That's 4 weapons carried across as well. See how Envy will adjust on their first purchase here. Again, nothing other than that kind of utility usage there over towards A main. Nothing really to write home about for Envy here in the first go. Again, no real feelers in terms of the setup. Now, the key thing to note, on the back of that round, Nats is now going to invest some utility in ropes and potentially now sit with Shados over towards A. So switch up on the side of Gambit, but also for Envy now, they're going to lean heavily towards B.
This is one of the big rounds for Envy as well, because again, you've got to convert this here. Just the bonus against you. Gambit getting a little looser with it, happy to push up, take risks, but the reward's not there to follow. Victor with a good opener towards that B site. Spike's not collected yet though, so that's going to be FNS's duty, and if Chronicle hears this, they should be dealt with by Crashies. Maybe not. Oh dear, that's a problem. A couple of issues starting to rear, but the spike will be planted, and we have to see this post-plant.
Spike planted. Gun here.
We'll come through Defo again though. Envy drifting deeper and deeper here, trying to get aggressive. Victor will take a tag, but he'll back away, leave Ye posted. But 2 players now accounted for in spawn.
Good collection from Marv. It's the flash, but all away from the angle cleanly enough. He's getting closed in on the flash. He has to turn it, respects it, but the trade comes out. The numbers heavily favored now towards Envy. 3 of them standing. They want to keep this as clean as they can, keep as many rifles up. They'll be punished on 3, only 2 alive. So the economy might be a little worse for wear, but it's not the end of the world. They just need rounds on the board here.
And that's big again in terms of the expected timeline here. Potentially Gambit flipped that and they're on double digits. So a crucial round to say the least for Envy. Can they carry through? Again, going to force a repurchase at least on 3 members, but do manage to get 4 rifles. 1 SMG in the hands of FNS, but he's going to play deep anyway. Potentially, if anybody does pushes, might actually get himself an advantageous 1v1, but another variation here from Gambit. I mean, Nat's over on B site. Utility committed as well. Envy will creep up.
When they swing together, they start walking. There's 1 pack. Nat's at the back of the site, though. He's gonna see it all. He sees everything, and now he's going to find everything off the back of Chronicle. They've set them up for success. It was a trap laying in wait, and now Seekers get popped to try and levy this out, give them a way back through here, because now they've got problems. FNS, though, great positioning. They crunch towards heaven. There's the aggressive Envy we need to see. There's the team to take the fights. The flash not going to go deep enough. FNS just jiggling on the corner. Some whiffs of the flashes. It ain't good enough. Redcar now presented a 1v3. He's going to get 1 for 30 HP. I think that's about all he's going to get.
Yeah, and this on the back of Chronicle finding 2 openers in this round. Redgar will come creeping. Envy are going to challenge. I think they'll play pretty deep. Redgar going to retrieve the operator, but FNS will hear this. Again, with no armory on Victor or FNS. Expect them to peel all the way away from this. Don't want to give away any more in terms of the economy. Again, look at the ultimates now on the left side of your screen. Envy effectively tapped out. Yeah, they're about 4k to play with overall, so it should be a fairly comfortable purchase here, even though 3 did die on the side of this setup, though. It's just so disgusting. How many times do we talk about Nats just sitting in a camera from the start of the round, and Gambit have these beautiful set pieces around. They're just 2 pieces of utility there.
It's so well considered, though, and I love how they play around it, but credit to Envy for bringing this into 8-8 now. Now, we were talking about the economy. It's a little weird, it's a little funky, but it's not dire yet. It's missing maybe 1 rifle off it. Now, Shados is going to be the critical piece if you're a Gambit fan here. Defo can also join that list too with the ult now coming through.
See what we can find here with the Blade Storm. Now, Nats will show to the spy camp. One player noted, yeah, he actually
very aware.
Yeah, privy to the fact there may be another counter peak on the back of that. Does Defo swing ahead of this? He does.
He is.
No way.
He's going to find Ye too. That's a huge scalp to claim. Such a difference maker sometimes for these Envy rounds. But now Redgar, can he do something too? What's up? Marv's just like, wait, what the hell is going on? Chronicle's there as well, waiting for that combination to come through. And I mean, FNS is deep in this, and he's been great at threading the needle, but gets revealed. They now know this position that's come in, and Chronicle going to be forced to handle it. He does, and now that's two huge picks and two huge problems presented for Envy. Marv's in no man's land. He's got a player right, player left. Can't find a clean. Finally loses it. Chronicle, the beast through the vents, is now Victor, and Crashy's left in pieces. And that's a whiff and a half from Defo, but he does have his buddies by his side. He's got Chronicle nearby. Crashies, do you have some magic for us here? Because you're going to need a bit. And maybe, just maybe he does, but one more! Shados breaks the hearts and gets it for Gambit.
On the back of just the operator brought into this, a shorty, a blade storm. It's nothing pretty, but Gambit able to stop Envy in this round. Crashes though. He damn made it interesting, that's for sure. There's a world where I thought, yeah, he's going to find that. When I thought Redguard's on operator as well, it's such an awkward peak there.
Yep.
And now, look at the knock-on effect. A frenzy in the hands of FNS. Ye has his Blade Storm. Again, expect FNS to sit very deep. Almost better for him to try and make use of that pistol. Envy will stack up 3 in garage. Ye goes hunting in mid.
No more charges left.
How much space does Ye get given? His first challenge will be towards Heaven. It's going to be Chronicle. He's a patient boy. No rush for him. Maybe couple it with the timing on that B piece, try and get that attention. Draw on either side. He's got support in middle now as well. There's the ult coming in too, so that's quite interesting. Could be a different dynamic. Gonna want one trade out. Ye's gonna find the pick towards top of middle. There's Nats though, still back of the side, still being a problem. They still need more though for Envy in this. They need a bit more damage. Shados, he's living on borrowed time, but Ye now gets challenged down. Shados wins against FNS, and Envy fall like flies. Gambit have made it to 10. This is now on the verge. Envy need to stop the rot or this is over. Gambit are now on the verge of winning this out.
Again, I mean, we talked about it in the previous. I know Sean's brought this up before. You give Nats a pocket to play from, and look what he's capable of doing. Now, the purchase, a Marshal, 2 Sheriffs, a Frenzy again for FNS. Nothing else to work with. Blade Storm invested in that previous round.
Let's go.
Gambit now, I mean, rolling in it. They hit 11, very comfortable. They can almost play this trade out. It doesn't even need to be a flawless victory for them.
No, they can start applying pressure to the wound. They can really start making it hurt. Crashies receives a little bit of chip damage there, but this is a light purchase for Envy. It will put them under the gun. It'll be up against 11, potentially, if this goes the way it should. See Nat's getting a little aggressive here, leaning out, and he will find Marved.
Robert, 2 weapons noted, 2 different pistols at least. Chronicle will throw down a snakebite to maybe keep Envy outside of A main. Yeah, he's actually walking this. Tried to get something. We'll find a tag, but nothing else.
He does get the tag. It feels like he's always going to get something, but Redgar is right there to fill the gap. And now, where's the last 2 do anything with this? A little bit of a pinch coming up. Could be nice. Ah, maybe not. Redgar's read it so well. And Crashies, he's now noted. It's Redgar with the shutdown. We're at 11. Gambit, only a couple rounds away now, as walking away flawless in a grand finals against Envy.
I mean, this is for Envy to come into this having not dropped a map at this event to now being on the brink of losing out 3-0 in the grand finals. Everything rides on this purchase. Cosmic Divide, Viper's Pit available for Gambit. Whether or not Chronicle will invest this now. Maybe take control of mid. He's then outside ropes right now. He's going to do just that behind this setup. Yeah, he's actually going to come forward and challenge it. He's got to be careful though. He will slip back towards Sushi. Envy don't let up. Defo actually didn't even get a tag on that. Looked like it was lined up perfectly.
And we have a new challenge presented here, trying to get past this. Chronicle adding a conundrum to middle and just being a nuisance, being a problem. They can clear him back, but they won't be able to take that space straight away. They're gonna push on through him. Chronicle catches, just arms wide open. Yeah, absolutely, Yay, come our way. This is just fine. And what do Envy now do? It looks like they're gonna lean back towards A, but there's plenty of bodies there.
Again, I'm fairly certain, just from looking at the minimap, Nats has been in this spy cam the whole time. So
You
no,
think so?
no pressure. Yep, no pressure at all felt in terms of this A setup. Shados will be in position to counter peek, potentially towards A main. They're going to note this utility usage. There's 2 members
30
of Gambit
seconds
here
left.
to hold this down.
There it is. It starts with Shados, but the trade out is great. Envy still fighting with everything they have here. 20 seconds and a spike plant coming in. They have Heaven control for now. This is good. This is the biggest chance they have. They just have to hold this. Chronicle, first one forward. Going to be trying to clear towards FNS. HB favorable towards FNS, and as is the angle and the shot. Good work there, but Defo now wants to have a go, and he's... Did he just tag him on that too? I think FNS, yeah, he's down to 49. He's got to back away from that guy.
Walk away.
The next layer of pressure is not being presented. FNS ready to punish Defo if he tried to make a play, but the time has drifted away from them here.
We talked about the economy. They can just hold here. Again, if everyone dies, it's a big bonus. FNS will find
Great
one.
work.
Red guy in position, though.
He's going to punish. It's one. Yeah, they're in trouble now. Money-wise, Redguard's going to just make it hurt.
Huge.
That is huge economy damage, even in the wins. Gambit is still finding ways to be just such a thorn in the side.
The pressure piled on now. Crashy's having a hell of a map as well.
Absolutely.
Leading the server right now. Again, a little ahead of that, actually. As soon as the spy cam, actually I guess kind of the catalyst there for Gambit is the spy cam being removed all the way up in heaven. We saw it was posted previously, but the tripwire just a little behind where you'd expect it to be, right? They shouldn't be able to get that spy cam before the tripwire set off. But a slight overstep on Gambit's side.
And a chance for Envy, and it's a slim one still. 11 rounds posted for Gambit. Defo's found FNS, that's a problem. That's the pressure now removed from A, so you're going to see the likes of Defo now a little freer to move around. This is going to be maybe leaning towards a B piece, but we know he's at the back of the site. We know what he can do if he's unaccounted for. If he's untested. They're still trying to draw this rotation, maybe see if they can get a punish with Ye floating through middle, but he's not been really given much here. Just trying to clear out through vents. They still need to wait for more. If Ye's the piece to try and clear here, he's either have to go heaven or through vents. Maybe they drift back towards A, hoping there's rotations, but Gambit haven't had to move a player.
Haven't at all. And again, we'll just resort back again. Once Nats gets his spy cam up, potential to lean away from B. Envy now. Victor will creep towards A, but the spike's still in garage here. Yeah, he has actually got this mid pinch as well. Victor's getting in this position to try and sell a fake here on the back of the Seekers, but Gambit still...
Where are they going?
They
They've got 30
hold strong.
seconds. Where are they going with this? They need something to open up for them here, and nothing is. They have 25 seconds, and they got to now lean back towards B, but Redguard's still here. He still knows what's going on. There's still Nats at the back of the side. Envy, come on, you've got to make this happen. Chronicle, he walks through and destroys Envy. 3 back-to-back frags, and it might be 4 in a second. He's on the chopping block. Gambit have made it to 12. One more round, and Gambit walk away.
Match point.
Map point, series point, championship point here. And Envy, again, you think back to that round with Red Guy, he removed everything. Look at this now, the byproduct of that decision-making from Red Guy. Chronicle, look at this. I think just at the last second, there's one Seeker coming towards B, and I think Envy are thinking, actually the lighter side of this is the B setup from Gambit. And it's completely false. Look at this now, 2 Spectres, a Frenzy, a Sheriff, Defo now will find the opener, Victor falls.
4 players with the fate of Envy in their hands. Crashies, FNS, Ye, and Marved work their way in through the vents. Chronicle, the man who just destroyed them in the prior round, is just around this corner, but the time timing. Oh my god,
What?
no! Yeah, he's made a meal of it! It's all going to pieces!
No way!
Nicole! In the final moments, has just shone so brightly. They are blinded by the lights! Gambit are the VALORANT Masters Champions!
Absolutely insane from Gambit. I can't believe that. And again, the last round is so comfortable. Envy in desperation mode, desperately trying to recover something. But Gambit give nothing to them.
Give it a second. Give it a second. Gambit have done the unthinkable. They walked in with a map pool that made us worried, that made us scared. They took down El Diablo himself. They rose above anyone's expectations and have delivered in a way that is unimaginable. And Chronicle, what a way to end it.
Absolutely insane here. Again, I talk about desperation. Look at it. They're just throwing bodies on the line to try and trade this kill. It's Defo to seal the deal. Absolutely blown away by that. What a series. And yes, you can almost say it's 3-0 in the grand finals. You hate to see it, but in that fashion, I'm all for it.
The games were incredible. And I want to say to the side of Envy in this as well, they put up a good fight, and you saw it in map 1. The back and forth between the two was just incredible. But even in this map alone, this is just a look back from start to finish, I thought this was going to be the best opportunity we could have seen for Envy to really do some damage. But then you had Chronicle having a mad game. As much as, Crashies was in there, it wasn't enough to deny what was happening. Shados as well. So many of the clutches just going Gambit's way.
It was. And as well, you look at this, it's Envy coming into this without having dropped a map here to get absolutely locked down. I mean, let's roll it back a little bit. Gambit started this year as, the stuff of urban myth, right?
Oh, the Scrimbucks.
Yeah.
The team we kind of heard of in the background that scared people coming into Reykjavik.
Yeah, and I think back to Reykjavik, everyone's thinking, oh, they're not here, but actually the team we're talking most about in EMEA is Gambit. And right here is, I guess, everyone's fears answered.
Truly, just when nightmares become reality, they made it to the event, and they made it all the way through. These young men just put up an impeccable performance. They have to be incredibly proud of what they just did. Envy on the other side, they took down the North American Giants. They were the Kingslayers. Yeah. And they made it look like they had been reading from the Sentinels book for so long. They're like, we got you. But then on the other side, the final hurdle was Gambit, and they just couldn't make it across. And the man in the middle there as well, you got to say it, Nat, an outstanding performer throughout, catching everyone's eye. I think it wasn't just him, though. That was a team effort.
And actually, shout out to Chronicle, shout out to Defo, two people who, for me, individually stepped up to the plate time and time again. We talked about Nats, we talked about Shados. Redguard obviously had his moments previously, but for me, Chronicle, this series has been absolutely phenomenal.
The bar is set, and the trophy will be leaning towards EMEA for now. However, North America, I think the thing is now the target's been moved off their back for a change. I want to see what happens when they come back in, when the other regions keep firing up. I mean, we had incredible Korean teams coming through. The entire tournament has been a melting pot of talent here.
It has, and whilst it's great to see kind of Gambit cruise through here, I think actually this is the first time really we saw at this event, especially, I talked about that feast or famine sort of aspect here. This is a perfect example, right? We've seen Gambit stumble. We've seen them stumble along the journey, and to see them close out this, I mean, it's great to see, but it just ties in with what Gambit's all about.
I mean, I think anyone who's a fan of good Valorant will have adored that final. And as much as the Sentinels Fnatic final was exciting as just a prospect, I think the quality of game we just got in that has just elevated drastically. Quite genuinely, the game we just watched, even it being a 3-0, the maps themselves were incredible to watch.
It really was. And again, take nothing away from Envy. They had a fantastic run at this event. Again, yay. Was talked about so much coming into this, and lots of people were leaning on Envy as kind of that underdog. Here they actually proved to be so dominant individually as a team. So again, credit where credit's due. It was a fantastic performance. It effectively went the distance in the first two maps, but yeah, Split for me was, like I said, the last question mark in this veto. If it went any further, I got to say this is almost what we'd expect coming out the other side of it.
I feel as though that's enough from us. We've done our job. The moment, it's not ours. It's always been Gambit. So let's head it down there, give them their moment with the trophy.
everyone from around the world, I present to you your Masters Berlin champions. It's Gambit! Once again, your Masters Berlin champions, it's Gambit. In just a moment, we'll be getting plenty of words from them as they step up for the entire EMEA region. For now, though, we're heading back to the casters.
Well, the stage is set for this grand finals best of 5. One of these teams will be leaving the stage as champions, bringing home a trophy and earning the ultimate bragging rights for their region. It does not get better than this.
No more. Enemy down. One enemy remains.
Map 1 was an absolutely brutal battle between these two. I'm all aboard the crazy train now. Let's go. Let's go. I've got my ticket. I'm there. Like,
we're here for the ride.
One enemy remaining.
Gambit have just butchered Envy.
I don't know what Envy do here. Honestly, it's.
How do you adjust?
It's so unorthodox.
Oh yeah, call a tactical timeout. I really want to figure out what to do.
Down. 30 seconds left. One enemy. One enemy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where I am lucky enough to be standing on stage for the Verizon post-game interview with our newest international LAN champions. It's Gambit Esports, and Redgar, I'm going to turn to you first. Finally getting an opportunity to lift that trophy after having missed Reykjavik by just a small amount. That's got to feel good.
It's feeling amazing because we didn't expect that we can make it far away, and we did it, and it's wonderful feeling because I don't know how to say it. It's really amazing. That's what I can say.
I mean, and you did it in amazing fashion. They were close maps, but a 3-0 to close it out after having, to some degree, a tumultuous start to the tournament, and coming in as the second seed, you run the bracket and ultimately take the victory. I've spoken to you a couple times throughout this tournament, and we talked about how with the performance that you've had at this tournament, not only did you push Ascend through, but the very team that beat you to Reykjavik, with your win here, you have helped usher an opportunity to go to Champions. With what does it mean to represent this entire region to such a degree?
I guess it's okay for us. We don't feel the pressure. We're just playing our game. That's all.
Okay, so you mentioned you were playing your game, and I talked to you a little bit about the expectation coming in. A 3-map win. When you look across the stage at the opponents that you faced today in Envy, was that what you expected? How did this compare?
Of course not. We thought that we probably will lose Heaven because it's not our map. And in my head, it was around 3-1 or 3-2. It will be like close series, not for us or for them. It's like at all. 3-1 from them or from us. That's the point.
Well, from here, Nats, I'd like to turn my attention to you, one of the stars of the tournament. Hello, sir. How's that trophy? Heavy?
No.
No, arms aren't getting tired?
The match against Envy was heavy.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll keep you here for 10 more minutes. You let me know how heavy that trophy is. But you have had
You had a chance already.
It's true. He tried to let me hold the trophy a moment ago, and I turned it down. My biggest regret. All right, so an incredible tournament out of you. I want to know how you reflect on your performance, because people look at you playing agents, sentinels, and controllers, and outperforming duelists when it comes to the scoreboard and the frags. Do you feel that your performance is changing the way people look at the game of Valorant?
I don't know. I'm just doing my job, and I'm getting fun from it. Maybe someday some guy will do the same thing like me.
All right, fair enough. Well, speaking of which, when you think about being a representative of your home country, is there anything that you would like to say to the people back at home?
Actually, I want to say that thanks to a lot for all people who is writing me, who is saying me some good words. It makes me happy all the time. I'm reading that, and before the game, you know, I just know that I have a lot of fans, and they're just, yeah, that's all. I don't know what to say, because actually I don't have emotions right now, but in here it's a lot of emotions.
Well, you had many fans coming in, and I'm sure you have even more now leaving this tournament. Chronicle, now I turn to you. Let's talk about that Haven map, because that's the one that Redgar said we didn't necessarily expect to win. This is a map that normally Gambit bans. Beyond that, you pulled out Brimstone, an agent that most people aren't willing to play on that map to begin with, and then you were a top performer on the team. So walk me through that map and how you were such an integral part to the victory and making this a 3-0.
First of all, Envy allowed on that pick. That's the biggest problem. They allowed and they lost. Nope. No.
All right.
Secondly, I am very bad at smokes. That's why I'm good. That's all.
Who needs smokes if you're killing everybody, right? Yes. Okay,
Who needs even ult? What the hell is this? I don't know how to use that button. What the heck? How?
He's using half an agent, and he's taking a world championship even with it. Defo, now I want to talk to you. One of the young guns here at this tournament. A lot of people have said that you have found another level of play here on the LAN stage. I'm curious, your personal reflection on your performance here on the stage amidst tons of incredible duelists. Redgar's going to help us with some translations here.
I'm feeling good.
Good is good.
Thank you.
Good is good. That's
Thank
what I
you.
like to hear. When it comes to the way that you stepped up, and maybe you can help me with this real quick, I wonder what he thinks is the next level of play. What's it going to take for him, to really cement himself as one of the greatest duelists in VALORANT history? Or you could just use your mic, too.
Nothing. I'm good.
He's good. He's already good, and we'll see him tested again at Champions at that. Shados, lastly, I turn to you, my friend. One of the rocks of the team, it seems, always a stellar performer. I want to get your perspective on the squad as a whole, because you now find yourselves in the very position that Sentinels found themselves in. You have a massive target on your back for the rest of the world. Everybody wants to come after you now when they're looking towards Champions. When you think about this team, what separates you from the rest? How will Gambit continue to stay above everyone else?
Короче, то, что на тебя будут все равняться, все знают, то, что ты классный игрок, вот. Как ты в будущем себя будешь проявлять?
Так и что ответить, ебать, на этот вопрос?
Скажи то, что будешь становиться лучше, типа то, что меня никто не догонит и тому подобное. Как хочешь, можешь.
Скажи, просто буду развиваться дальше и все.
I'm just can progressive on next tournaments, and I can do my best. So it's all.
We can only expect the best from Gambit at this point. I think that's what we've come down to. And finally, Eng, as the coach, for you, when you look at the opponent, the caliber of opponents that you guys have taken down at this tournament, I wonder for you, what was the inflection point of this team? What was kind of that star factor, that special thing that Gambit has that no other team in the world has?
Игорь, переведешь сейчас, окей? Ну, для нас, наверное, самая важная командная работа. У нас нету... Знаете, все думают, что у нас всегда там много внимания уделяется Язу, это очень круто, но по-настоящему у нас вся команда в какой-то момент выделяется. Даже по сегодняшним картам было видно, как у нас на каждой карте любой игрок делал свою работу, когда нужно. Вот. И я считаю, что в нашей команде все сейчас сбалансировано, каждый выполняет свою работу, вот и все. Как бы. Мы будем продолжать так и делать. Мы не стараемся играть на одного человека всегда, мы стараемся развиваться и играть как команда. Вот и все.
It's all about the communication. It's the key in our team. Yeah, a lot of people watching for Nats. He is really amazing player. We cannot not accept this, but team play, teamwork, how we're doing our job, everybody in our team just playing in their game, playing what they want to do, playing what they needed, and it's the key why we have that kind of performance.
Amazing. Well, finally, Nats, you think you can lift that one more time? All right, let's go. I present to you one final time your Masters Berlin champions. It's Gambit Esports. And as you guys have this much-deserved celebration, we're going to toss it back to our analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. I can never get tired of watching this. Also, Redgar's coming for my job. He's pretty good at translating and asking questions and doing the interviews. But you guys heard it from them. Full confidence today. Even Chronicle trash talking after them winning. We love to see it. But most importantly, Bala, they took down an NA team 3-0. They avenged Fnatic against Sentinels to lift this trophy.
Yeah, completely flipped the script on what we had at Reykjavik, right? We had Sentinels, the team with the star duelist players coming in tens. Envy this time is that NA team coming in with Ye. He's on top of the world statistically. And then the other team from EMEA comes out. It's like the tactical team, and they take the win.
It makes me really happy to see, you know, like such a humble team, because every time that we talk to them, they're like, we're just trying to do our best. We just want to play the best teams. And you see other teams, you know, where there's like ego players and yada, yada. We all know all of those. But, you know, coming into this tournament, being like the best in the region, and they're like, yeah, I guess we're good, but we want to be better. That's what I love about Gambit.
It just makes me really happy that you asked Bala that, because of all three of us.
I had to.
Well, exactly. Of all three of us, who's going to be hurt the most by you saying, so EMEA just beat NA 3-0, it was going to be him.
You guys are sitting here acting like I was the biggest Gambit fanboy this entire time.
I mean, if you guys at home weren't Gambit fanboys before, they've given you a reason to be 3-0 cleanly. But also, we spoke about their map pool going into this. Sean was really impressed with how deep it is, but the fact that they didn't have the ban in this best of five, they in theory, Kakuka, were on the back foot coming into this, makes this even more impressive.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned it right before we started, the fact that, okay, they get to choose 2 of the 3 first maps, but they do not have the veto. They're gonna have to play on Haven, and they do it again. I don't know how they do it, but they do it again.
I think what Coach Ang said at the end there basically summarizes how they're able to do that, right? To have the disadvantage and to come back swinging at it is because of that positive mental that he's talking about, the teamwork, the team play. They're selfless players, and that stands above all. That's what I was really impressed with the most out of this team.
I mean, yeah, I think the whole Haven thing is the scariest thing for me, because even though we kind of joke about them saying they're just going to pick a composition sort of on a whim and not really play with really specific strategies, the fact that they can put together something that coherent and cohesive that goes against one of the best teams in the world, nearly the best team in the world. Yeah. That's terrifying. That is a very, very scary prospect for anyone who's going to be facing this team in the future. It's not about the maps that they've really strictly prepared for. It's about the ones that they can just come out and take from nowhere.
That's the beauty of it. I do want to talk about Split real quick, because we didn't get to address what happened on this map, except for what happened at halftime. Kukuka, did you expect them to close this out? Because Crashies was also on another planet on this map.
Yeah, I was actually mentioning it to you when they were, I believe, 6-6 at the change. I was like, no, there's no way that Gambit does not close this, because they're so good at the defense. We saw Envy, you know, picking up this composition, this double controller, and all the things that you can do with it. But Gambit masters this in defense, the way that they use the utility to have presence in all parts of the map without even needing to be there. And then the pressure from all the 5 players that were on point today, specifically Chronicle.
Yeah, and talking about Chronicle, I think his play within that mid area, the mailroom area, was what really threw off Envy on that attack side from them, because they had no chance of getting that space, and because of that, anytime they wanted to make a mid-game rotation, they had to go all the way through spawn or through sewers, and it would just take so much time for them. It's so undesirable.
I mean, one thing for me that was really impressive was just the way that Gambit on their defense were really able to punish this kind of first layer of utility that Envy would use. So whether that's putting a poison orb on ramps in the hope that they can take that, or putting a cage in mail in hopes to take B Heaven, but then there wouldn't be a further layer of utility after that. So once Envy get to that point, they're getting punished by these players like Look Around 18. It was Shados who did that in mail. Look Around 19. It's Redgar on ramps. And Envy can't actually push back that first level of utility and that first step of their attack that they've set up.
Yeah, I said that Crashies was on another planet as well. We got to take a look at this, you know, the HyperX reflex moment of the day, because I don't think anybody expected him to win from the position he did later on in this round. We'll kick things off, you know, Chronicle getting a lot of advantage in this round, and when I watched this, Bal, I thought this was over for Envy at this point.
Yeah, I thought it was too, and he almost pulled it out. That first shot on a jet, updrafting. That is ridiculous. Then Redgar tries to jump on him.
My goodness.
Chronicle tries to jump on him, but there's just one more player there, and I think that's kind of sums up the series, right? There's always just one more for Gambit that ends up closing it out, and unfortunately for Envy, they didn't have anybody to support.
The self-awareness of like hitting that last shot, just getting the pistol out, knowing that someone else is pushing you just because you hear 2 extra steps from the ones that you're usually hearing.
I gotta say as well, for Envy, you know, even though they are the runners-up here, we can't discredit the way they played this tournament. I don't think anybody really expected them to be in the final. Yes, the group was slightly easier for them, Gio, compared to the other ones, but they took down the 2 NA teams that they struggled with previously to get here.
I think the whole, you know, Envy having the easier group is null and void at this point because they got here and the other NA teams didn't, right? And when you considered the 3 NA teams, there was all this, you know, oh yeah, they're going to get the top 3 seeds. They're going to be from first, second, and third. Envy, I think, is fair to say, would probably be the team that people expected to come third out of those 3. And yet 100 Thieves and Sentinel, remember them? Sentinels didn't actually make it here to the final or as close to it as Envy did. So, you know, in the same way that no one came away from the Reykjavik final saying, wow, Fnatic were bad, no one's going to be saying that about Envy.
I think twice now we've kind of in NA have broken the narrative that, oh, you know, they only have 1 star player on every team. They're really puggy. They don't have any team player or anything like that. I think Envy smashed that narrative. I think 100 Thieves smashed that narrative. And for 2 times now, they're in the top 2 at these international tournaments, and they're definitely here to stay.
I also feel like the meta has put us in a position where we really value the players and the roles that they pick in every single team. So we actually see the progress little by little. You know, at the beginning of the game, it's like you have a star player, I have a star player, we clutch them together and we see what happens. But now we have all these different profiles being like, I'm so good at my role, I fit into this, this, and this. And that is what makes us a great team.
It's scary how good teams are getting every single tournament we go to. If you compare the standards we've seen in this best of 5 compared to the Reykjavik one, it's just another step, even higher caliber, Gio.
Well, it just makes you wonder, this time next year, you know, let's say the LAN tournament that happens this time next year, what is that disparity going to look like? Because
how many maps?
We are only just over a year into this game, and this is how far these teams have already come.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of that, Tom made a tweet that made me laugh. I know, for once. I can't believe it either. I can't believe it either. He said that if NA teams are mad about EMEA sending 4 slots to this tournament, imagine how mad they're going to be that they're sending 4 slots to Champions, because, ladies and gents, with that win from Gambit, Fnatic have locked in Champions. Yes, the runner-ups of Masters Reykjavik, the team that missed out on Masters Berlin, Kukuka, they are going to Champions.
And I bet that they were watching at home. They were cheering for Gambit. We were mentioning it earlier. Congrats to them. We'll see them at the end of the year. They didn't have to go through last chance qualifiers, so you know, easy for them.
That's good. You also have to remember as well that 100 Thieves were waiting to see how Envy were going to do here, because if Envy won, both Envy and 100 Thieves were going to be locked in themselves. So they're going to have words with them later.
And then the other thing that comes out with that as well, with the EMEA team going extra, Forza makes it to LCQ, so that's Gambit's kind of rival in CIS. We're going to have more CIS teams coming over to LCQ.
That's what we need. That's what we need. But also Envy, of course, they've locked themselves in as well. They're going to be back here again, joining Sentinels at Champions as NA take a look at their own last chance qualifier. But before we close this out, I want to know your favorite moments from this tournament, guys. There's a lot to choose from. There's a lot of upsets. There's a lot of rising stars, you know, players standing out. I'll start with you, Kukuka. What has been your favorite moment of this tournament?
I mean, I have to say, for me, coming from Spain and being from the Spanish community, it has to be Crew making it into quarterfinals, because they had like such a rough start and had such a rough path in Masters 2 that for them to make it, even if it's just still there, proves a lot, and I'm really happy for them.
For me, I have kind of 2 moments here. Number one, it's an out-of-game one. Redgar, his first interview that he had here, I don't remember if it was you or Dash.
Dash, yeah.
Just so good. You kind of learned, in my mind, how likable Redgar is and so endearing in his IGL and leadership capabilities. And then it's another Gambit moment, the Nats clutch on Icebox.
Not something.
Nats clutch on Icebox against G2. Just putting Mixwell in his place, just dominating that game and bringing it back for them.
All right, if you get 2, I get 2. Number 1, getting a birthday cake for free on air. That was pretty good.
Okay.
Number 2, I have to say, it's not a moment per se, but the entirety of the 100 Thieves Ascend game just had me on the edge of my seat for the whole time, because it was such high mistakes, and I don't know, I felt so invigorated by that game, so I'm just going to have to pick the entire thing.
Yeah, I'm really upset that none of you chose my boy Benkai, so I'm going to say he's an absolute delight. I'm never going to forget the dressing
I wonder how his
girl.
mum feels now, you know, because remember they had to tell his mum that he was actually coming to Berlin, that she didn't know he was a pro player, so I wonder how she's feeling now.
Yeah, we've had a lot of great moments here, but that is all the time we have. What an event. We had ups, we had downs, but congratulations once again to our new Masters winners, Gambit. I want to give a huge thanks to everybody on the desk, Sean, and all of our other casters as well. We've had the production staff, of course, and most importantly, the fans watching at home. This would not be possible without your support and passion. As we said, we have the regional last chance qualifiers coming up in October, where teams will be fighting for that spot at Champions. Thank you so much again for watching, and good night. Hello everyone and welcome. 15 teams from all over the globe have touched down in Berlin to battle to be crowned the best in the world and lock in a spot at Champions. This is where champions will be shaped and history will be made.
Okay, blackout. There's just so many players here at this point, they just can't shut him down.
Hey, boys, doubles, nowhere to run.
Oh my God! Don't land it, baby!
They gave up. They gave up.
Holy!
G2 put up a good fight, but probably gonna meme them for this is our town.
He's got at least two. Let's see how many more CNED can find. Oh! What was that shot, CNED?
Gonna have our first elimination matches.
This ain't pretty. Doesn't even need to zoom in. Doesn't he? Get out of here! Comes out, Bro's gonna find one, and it's down towards the side. That's a 6 for the 3K.
Trailblazer spotted the gravity well. Oh, he's just trying to
Wait a minute.
Oh, but not in the shot. He's gonna get flashed in his face, but Liazzi somehow lands and kills anyway. What on earth is going on?
This is all or nothing for both of these teams.
He comes up top. Fisker has the height advantage. Has the shot, but no, it's Redgar who does it. Nats has been an absolute monster this entire series, this entire tournament. Gambit! What have we just seen?
Poison's gone.
Kellogg's looking better and better, and with this operator now starting to find the groove.
Tens can have a little quick of a look, and Sentinels, they are not out of it yet. They are in tatters, they're in shambles. It's all on Shazam, and it's over.
A reigning champion, Sentinels, will fall here.
4 teams remain here in Berlin. These semifinals are going to be so interesting.
And Mixwell completely whips Nats. Willie punches it out. This is unbelievable. G2, one of the most solid teams that we have, they're just being embarrassed by the CIS squad.
There's nowhere to look. There's nowhere to go.
Absolutely absurd aggression.
Yay again! Taking souls left and right. El Diablo on full display.
Envy now to battle up against Gambit in the grand final.
Well, the stage is set for this grand finals best of 5. One of these teams will be leaving the stage as champions, bringing home a trophy and earning the ultimate bragging rights for their region. It does not get better than this.
One enemy remaining.
No more. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Map 1 was an absolutely brutal battle between these two. I'm all aboard the crazy train now. Let's go. Let's go. I've got my ticket. I'm there. Like,
We're here for the ride.
One enemy remaining.
Gambit have just butchered Envy.
I don't know what Envy do here. Honestly, it's.
How do you adjust?
It's so unorthodox.
Oh yeah, call a tactical timeout. I really want to figure out what to do.